見て見て、見えだよ。Hello! Hello! You like my setup? Hi! Hello, Kiki. Good morning. Hi, Psycho. Hello. Hi, Brian. Hi, Witalan-kun. Hello, Rick. Hi, Brian. Hello, hello. Hello, Ji-san. Hello. Hello, Katsuki. Hi, Chiro. Hi, Cassie. Hello. Hi, Spooksy. Hello, hello. I have water. Hi. We are gonna have a fun night just chilling today. I feel it. Hi. I wanna get some nice lo-fi music. Mite mite mieta yo. I am having a very good day. Yeah. Yeah. It's been a good day. It's been a pretty good day. Is the chat distracting by any chance? Should I just like... Should I use the other one? Maybe? Is this one easier to read? If I make it a bit... shorter like that. Is this one easier to read, guys? Because I don't want to make it hard for you guys to read yellow on yellow. Maybe this one's a bit easier to read. Alright, let me get the loofah. And I need to do my nails while we're here. By the way, I hope you have glasses ready. Okay, I'm gonna turn this off. Oh, that's so loud. Why are you so loud? There you go. Up there? Very quiet, but... Up there? Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah! Let me get my nail supplies out. How are you guys doing? Did you have a nice day? I think I had a pretty good day today, but good and bad news. Good and bad news. So oh my god, I thought that I'd be going to Mexico. Yeah, I really thought the accent. I thought I was gonna go to Mexico, but I'm not. And it makes me really sad. This morning was kind of a roller coaster. Well, let me have a bit more water first. Also, I opened my own soju already, but I have some. Hold on. I have soda as well. I'm using my Nahida and Al Haytham cup shot glasses today, so I'm excited. Should I put the soju in Al Haytham or Nahida? Probably Al Haytham. Pour these. Ah, wait. We gotta do the... Pour the other shot. Hold on. Okay. Starting shot? Starting shot? Kanpai! Kanpai! Ooh! It's cold. Oh, that's really cold. So, I want to talk about my date today. Yeah. Gombe. This morning was kind of a shit show. Last night, I actually tried to set up VStream, and I thought it would work because yesterday it connected. But when I tried to do it this morning, it didn't. And I was like, oh no. Oh no. So I ended up not being able to stream on VStream, which really sucks. Because I was so prepared for it. Like, I was ready, and there were people who were asking, like, oh, what happened to that stream? And I felt really bad that I had to tell them that it just wasn't happening. The other thing that I did today after that, we obviously I streamed this morning. It doesn't feel like I did, but after that, I actually went back to bed. After talking to you guys for a bit, I really did go back to bed. Like, I rolled up in my blankets again and just had to lie down because I was so groggy after the stream. And API shows how much demand there is from streamers. Yeah, honestly, I think you're right. You know how I did see the new update. I'm glad that it's like, you know, not just what's the word? Like, it's part of a thing now. It's not just an indie game, to be honest, because that should really help with like stability and just adding new features and stuff. So yeah, I'm really excited. The what's it called? My brain's already like, oh, I can't think of anything. There's a new game. What's something ita? Luvita? Loftia. That's what it's called. Loftia. Gosh. Why did I not? Why couldn't I think of it? No, I moved myself. Is that better? Yeah. Yeah, go closer. Is it too close? It might be too close. Getting too close, too personal, too quick. Wait, although this should be... Is this more appropriate? No, that's definitely not it. How about the heat? How about this? Yeah. Yeah, with the jacket. We'll do it with the jacket. Oh wait, actually, I think this might look better if I I'm sorry, I'm like going through things. If I do this, I increase the size a bit and just lay down. Hey, that actually looks pretty nice, like you're meant to be there. I like that. What was I saying again? Fuck, what was I talking about? What was I talking about? Oh no. I swear I'm not drunk yet. Graphic design. Thank you. Graphic design is my passion. Yeah. So I changed all of my settings to be able to stream on VStream, like changing the encoders, the bit rates, keyframes, interval stuff. It messed things up, and I wasn't able to connect to VStream this morning anyway. So when I tried streaming on YouTube, it was like there was a shit ton of delays, and I felt so annoyed by it because that hadn't really happened before. It was all like just not... It wasn't this messy before when I tried to stream, so I was kind of mad. But I ended up streaming this morning, and I didn't feel very motivated. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't feel like streaming after having to deal with all of the VStream things, and it was a bit of a letdown. I'm not gonna lie, I really thought that it would go better because I set it up beforehand and stuff. But I don't know, technology just hated me, so it's not happening, I guess. I'll try again. Like, I'll do a test stream again sometime next week. So maybe I'll go better next week instead. But I do need to stream there at least at some point because I am part of the fourth wave. I would hope that it's not my fault. Like, I went through like the stream keys and all the settings and stuff. I really hope it's not me. I don't know if it is, but I truly hope it wasn't. Like, I would love some help with it, but like it It's just a bummer, I guess. It's the easiest way to put it. It's a bummer that it happened, and I can't really do anything about it. So not until I get some like proper help from the V-Stream team. And I'll wait. I'll be patient, and I know they'll help me out in the end, right? But like, cause they're actually very accommodating, and the support is actually very nice. So I'll have people that I can reach out to, which is great. I don't know. I just wish that the way that it worked was just better, because I had high hopes for it. The site looked really cool and clean, very easy to navigate. So I really had high hopes for it. Thank you, Chatty. I'm crossing my fingers that it will. Like I'm not too upset about it, but I am hopeful that it'll work better next time. Now the other thing that happened, well, I took my nap this afternoon. I think it was around 12:30, 1-ish that I took a nap. I woke up at 2:30. No, I slept at 2, woke up at 2:30. Yeah. And I kind of just rolled around in bed for a while, trying to get myself to actually rise up again. It kind of felt like my day restarted. Like the whole morning was just a blur. I was like, was that yesterday? It was such a blur. I couldn't tell. I was like, is this... It's the same day, right? I had a morning stream today. But I took my nap and I woke up and I'm like... Did I stream yet? It's like, was that stream yesterday? Did I just sleep through the day? It wasn't even that long of a nap, but... It was long enough. It was long enough for me to feel like... a new day had begun. It's some kind of a blur too. Yeah, it's been a bit of a blur. It's not in a bad way or anything, but definitely just weird. I think it's in the sense that I'm just not conscious. Like that's kind of what it felt like. After that, I rolled around in bed just trying to make sense of the world and be conscious. Yeah, the morning did feel like a different day. It really did. So after that, I think around 3:15-ish. That's when I actually felt like refreshed enough to leave the bed and do things. I went downstairs and I ate a little bit. I saw my mom. Her leg is still very much in a brace. She cannot go to work because she cannot drive. I would drive her to and from work, but I had the stream, so she knew that, and I was like, thanks, Mom. I'll drive you tomorrow. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I actually have to go outside tomorrow to help get my mom some new glasses. She's been... Apparently, she thinks her aging eyes need some help. She actually has the best vision in the entire house. I have worse vision than she does, but... She's like, I need glasses. So I'm like, okay, we go get glasses. So I'm gonna drive her to get glasses tomorrow. I've been trying to teach her how to use the crutches a bit more. She's good at using one, but not two. But having two is actually faster for her just to be able to walk to places. Because with one crutch, she's not very balanced. With two, it's very balanced. So she just hates that both of her hands are not free to hold things. Like, she can't wear a purse. She has to bring a backpack or a fanny pack. You know, nothing that's like nice and pretty. So yeah, she's a bit bummed out about it, but it's fine. Do I wear glasses IRL? Yes, I do. But yeah, I had a tiny sandwich, very small. I just like I folded one slice of bread in half. I put egg in it, some seasoning, and was like, that's my lunch. And then I was in the VC in Discord for a few minutes. Not very long today. I'm sorry, guys. And I remember just talking about random shit. Shit that I will not mention on stream. Yeah. And then but at 4-ish, that's when I was like, okay, I'm gonna go work out. I only was able to work out for a very short amount of time. I think I actually started working out at 4:30. Around 5. Yeah, 5. I had to do some work things and had some phone calls. Important phone calls, yeah. And then I took my shower, took a proper shower. Cause I kind of felt sweaty. And then prepped for stream, made dinner. I had udon? Udon, some chicken, leftovers, pork sausages, egg, letuga. And no, I think that was it. Yeah. Oh, I have buns. Yeah, okay. I thought this was really funny. Okay. So I have 2 buns here, okay? This is one on the left and then one on the right. Okay, so I was holding these buns, right? I went downstairs and I got my drinks and I came back up and I typed in the chat, oh my god, I left my food downstairs. So I went back to go downstairs. And yesterday when I went shopping, if you guys were in the Discord, you would know that I bought Japanese cream buns. And they come in separate packaging. Like each little bread is wrapped up in its own paper thingy. So I had to grab one by one. And then I put it, I just was like, okay, I don't need a plate. I'll just grab these buns and its package and go. So I was running up the stairs, right? And I usually... I hold my booba to run up the stairs because it hurts whenever I run up the stairs. Like, gravity does its work and it's not nice. So I was like, I can't hold my buns, but I'll hold these buns to run up the stairs. It's like 2 times the buns. And I kept laughing to myself because after I put the buns down, I was like... I'll hold the other buns now. And then I went to pee and I just kept laughing while I was peeing like a bun. I just kept thinking, bun. I know it's such a stupid thing, but like... I couldn't help it. Okay, but now that I've mentioned the buns, would you like me to eat the chocolate bun first or the matcha bun first? I have both flavors. Bun. The thing is, I want to eat these before I do my nails. Yeah. Because if I eat these after, it would be very messy. Matcha first, chocolate later. Okay. Chocolate later. Let me go over there. Let me have a sip of this. Woo! 2 shots of soju. Done. All of you say matcha first. Wow. I wonder why. Oh, wait, Abebo! You have your wings! I just realized you had your wings. Marky. Have you used your 1-year message yet, Marky? I don't remember if you have. I'm trying to open this and it's not... It's not opening. Come on! Get out. Okay, I got it. Oh wait, speaking of the badges. Alright, wait. Let me find something. Is it here? No? This is your current badge. Abebo, this is yours. Marky has this one. The next one after this one is this one. I'm actually so excited to see people have this one. Can you believe 2 years of being a member on the channel? One day, when we get to that point, one day, the little babies, all the newbies, all the newbies. And I don't know if I showed you guys this, but this is the hammer merch, the keychain. I drew it. I love it. Okay. Wait, I was supposed to show... Was I supposed to show you anything? No, I don't think so. Trying to think if there was another story that I had to tell you guys, because I think there was. What else happened today? Brain. Oh yeah. So, sometime in the afternoon, I don't really remember when actually, but my sister was like, "We should go walk the dogs," and I was like, "Sure." And at first, I didn't want to go because I saw that there was a heat wave. It was 28 degrees today. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. 28 plus 50, 78, around 78, I guess. Could be a bit more than that. Let's say 80 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm getting better at converting, okay? I'm getting a little bit better at it. But yeah, for me it was 28 degrees and it felt like 31 degrees because of the sun, UV stuff. So I went outside and I was like, "Ooh, nice weather." And then the breeze hit and I was like, "Wait, why is the breeze and the wind just so hot?" Because it's not meant to be. It's not supposed to be burning hot, and it made me feel gross. So, I was like, "I don't think we're walking today." And my sister was like, No, it's fine. Look, the dogs love it out here." And then I see Nacho on the side just going like... Even though we haven't even started walking yet, he's already like just panting like... The poor boy. Can't believe it's been a month. Babe, but neither can I. Neither can I. Oh! Dominic, welcome to the minutes. Welcome. Please join the Discord, by the way, if you can. $82? I expected that. See, I was close. 80. No, I'm not drunk yet, Necro. I'm not. No. I'm not. I'm doing just fine. Welcome to the Izakaya. Miekaya. Potato chips. I do not. I just have cream buns today and soju. I figured the buns would be enough carbs. No shiny Mia this time. Nuh-uh. Although, like, I think this time you're gonna get, what's the word? You're either gonna get one of two things today. You're gonna get a flirty Mia or a philosophical Mia. I don't know. I feel like it's either one of the two. Giggly Mia, maybe. If you give me something to laugh about. Yeah. Give me something to laugh about and I'll be giggly. Do not look at me like that. Philosophy, yeah. Flirty Mia in a call with Kiki. Oh, what I would give for that. Yeah, I do have water. Don't worry. I have water. I'm prepared. But true to the stream's title, I would like to play some games with you guys. I want to play Truth or Dare or like the Never Have I Ever stuff. We'll keep it stream appropriate, but you know, just classic drinking games. Yeah. Yeah. Now, I obviously cannot, like, if we're playing Truth or Dare kind of thing, I cannot tell you, like, certain things. I'm usually very open, though, so I don't have much of a limit. If I'm not comfortable with saying it, I won't. But, like, I don't see why... sure. Like, I honestly don't. Ask what you wish, and I will answer. Unless it is something on the recent membership stream. Unless it's that I cannot tell you. But for the things like the dares, right? You can hear if I'm actually doing it, but I cannot tell if you guys are actually doing it. So that's just not fair. So I have to trust you guys today. Hi, Rez. I'm drinking water. Don't worry. Food first, though, because that's important. I'll put the blush on when I'm actually tipsy. A handstand? Funny, I actually did one today. I did one while I was working out today. Yeah. This is a really good cream bun. I hope the soju flavor doesn't like wreck it though. Oh wait, someone asked what soju flavor I was drinking. So I have the green grape one and I have a peach one. I opened up the peach one first because the green grape one is a little bit sweeter. The peach one is a little more sour. So I figured the sweeter taste would be amplified if I have something sour first. If you have something sour and then something sweet after it, it just doesn't taste as sweet. It just tastes sour. So, yeah. Sing the meow song for us again, please. Okay, but you'd have to do it too. Give or take. I love the green grape flavor. Do you? I love it. I love it a lot. It's a good flavor. Out of all the flavors, I think is my favorite. You can definitely sing, Rez. I don't know what you're talking about. You can sing. I don't believe you. I don't. Embrace my inner cat. No. We have to do this the fair way, okay? Also, I have a karaoke stream on Thursday, so if I can save my voice for then, I will. I call cap Rez. So much cap. Oh, I want to pour another shot. Where's my... Favorite soldier is famous. I like it. The only soju? No, I don't. The taste is so weird without the flavor. Thank you, Boku. Thank you. Also, thank you for always commenting on my Twitter posts. I appreciate it. Oh, that's cold. Oh, that was smooth. Ooh. I'll put the blush on just because I think it's cute. I'm not actually drunk yet, I swear. I've only had like 3 shots. It's okay. I am fine. I like soju more. It's because someone usually go uncommented. Thank you. I try and reply to as many as I can, but I'm not gonna lie. My Twitter notifications are always really borked. Like, they just don't work sometimes. And I have to go into the mentions tab, and I never go into the mentions tab just to see who has commented and stuff, and it's just really fucking annoying. Peach flavor? I like the peach flavor too. Oh my god, no, we're not calling it that. We are not calling it that. Weird. No. Beefy, not you too. No. You know why I keep saying it is what it is because... Here, I'll show you guys a screenshot, okay? In my bookmarks tab, this is what I see. Okay? This is what I see in my bookmarks. So to me, it's still Twitter. Okay? I do not care what you say. It is still Twitter. Ay. Everyone's talking about their ex. I know, right? Right. It's weird. So weird. Is there an alcoholic drink native to Hong Kong? Not that I know of. I actually don't know if there is. At least they didn't. They did change the. Wait. Oh wait. You mean on the phone? Yo. Okay. I actually wondered about this. I was talking to one of my good friends about this. She's not in the VTubing scene or anything, but she does use Twitter more for K-pop related purposes. And while talking to her, she was like. I'm sorry, I can't get over this. The way that she described it was just really fucking funny. She was like, when Twitter changes their logo, I'm gonna have to put the app in one of those folders where you hide the app within the folder and on a separate page. Like, you know, within the folder, like on an iPhone, right? You have the folder, you open it, and then there's 9 apps you can have on the front. And then you swipe, and it's another 9 apps. She's like, I'm gonna have to put it on that second page of the folder so that it doesn't show on the front. Otherwise, people are gonna think I have a 18+ app on my phone. And I was like, bro, you don't have to go that far. And she was like, Mia, you don't understand. And I was like, what do you mean I don't understand? She's like, it's the site. And I'm like, oh, I'm aware, but you don't have to go that far to hide it. Like, who's gonna go through your phone? And she was like, I'm just worried people are gonna notice it. I don't know, that's just way too much paranoia for me. It is going through its edgy phase with the new logo. I think so too. Also, I'm gonna do my nail polish while I'm sitting here talking. So don't mind me if I slowly stop talking for 2 seconds because I'm just trying to get this accurate. I don't want to fuck it up. I meant to do my nails earlier today, but I only ended up doing one hand. So I want to balance it out by doing the other hand. And now was the time I decided to do it because I don't want to have to go through a day with unbalanced nails. Yeah. That's literally the only reason why I have decided to do it on stream today. Not because I was drunk or drinking. It's just cause. It's just cause. You know, all my failures. No! Try to do which amongst other things. Oh gosh. Everyone uses this. That is true. I remember. I think it was Trouty. I don't know. I'm not purposely trying to call you out for this. I think you're the one that made me laugh when you're like, right? Because the rule of marketing is when everyone in the world knows your logo, change it. Yeah, I think you're the one that said that. Meta also for everything. Yeah, it's true. Meta is meta. Oh, meta. Oh, meta. I feel like, oh my god, have you guys heard of the threads thing? I'm sure you guys have heard of the thread thing, right? The Instagram, Twitter, basically. You guys have heard of it, right? Like, I have it. I haven't posted anything on it, but I do have it. I just don't know if it's gonna work out. Like, is it worth my time? Does anyone actually go on it? I somehow have like 300 something followers on there already, even though I haven't posted shit. Like, what are you? Why? Why? There's nothing on there. What are you doing on a platform that I'm barely gonna use? Not done, but haven't been into the account yet. Yeah, I have the account. Not that it's being used, but I have it. Yeah, I don't want to check it either. It just... I wish I could use it. I'm not gonna lie. I wish I could, because I think it could do well. In the right situation, I think it could do well. But... I don't know... It doesn't have a web app. I think that's my issue. If it had a web app, I would actually tend to use it a lot more. Like... I don't use my phone very much for work, if possible, because I treat my phone like... It's not... It's like my escape from the world. So... I use my phone to stream because I need it for VTube Studio. But otherwise, it has no relation to me and my work. Like, being a streamer and stuff... Any photos I take are typically on my PC through the PC app of VTube Studio. Like editing stuff, calling people, for work meetings and all of that. It's never on my phone. It is always on my PC or my iPad. So the fact that Threads is only a phone app at the moment is like the biggest turnoff for me from ever even using it. And also when you think about it, right? Like the majority of things you want to post, you kind of have to edit it in... Like as a content creator, right? Like you'd want to edit the thing on a web app before posting it instead of just directly from your phone. I think people do that with pictures, right? Like content creators of all sorts would do the same. It's just... You know, it's just easier that way, so... I don't know. I just don't like it, personally. Oh, I was also told, if you have a Threads account... No, if you have an Instagram account and you connect Threads to it, if you end up deleting Threads, it actually deletes your Instagram account too? Or something like that. That's what my cousin told me, and I was just like, are you sure about that? Because I'm pretty sure Meta wouldn't do that. Like, they're trying to connect every single fucking app in the world right now. So I was like, are you sure? And she was like, yeah, it happened to my friend. I'm like, did she deactivate her entire account maybe, not just the Threads one? Like, there's no way just deleting the Threads app would cause such damage. Yeah! Also, hi, Cassie. Hey, how you doing? I hate that they're interconnected. I'd rather just leave the Threads account alone and never look at it again. Like, you could just have it in the back. Not even necessary to have. But, come on, nails. You must look pretty. Yes! Success. Then they would delete your account, but who knows? I don't think it would delete the account. But... At least you don't have to worry about it if you don't have it. Hi, Starlight! How you doing? Hello, hello. I don't know, man. Social media sucks these days. Why am I a content creator? Being online is like... really fucking hard. Don't get me wrong. I like being a content creator, but oh my god. There are just some things about it that I will forever not enjoy. Just the life of a content creator. MySpace? What the heck is MySpace? Oh, that was like the pre-Facebook era, wasn't it? Oh, we never heard it like this. Not wrong, not wrong. You know what? I actually miss the days of Facebook where you could play games on it. Why did they take that away? Why? That was actually like the fun part of it. Or maybe because I was like a kid still when Facebook was a thing. I remember my friends just all lying about their ages just to have a Facebook account. And I was just like, why? Why would you want it? And then I found out about all the games you could play on it. Like Pet Society and Neopets. And like just... It was all so cute. So I was like, I really want it. I think everything glittery. Oh my god, you ever remember those sites where it's like you put in text and it would pop out this incredibly glittery, shiny, 3D spinning looking graphic? Like, do you remember those days? Or with Word, the 2000s era of Word, where it's like the orange gradient and the very condensed Arial font, and it was like kind of 3D, that it was like slanted, it was like narrow at one end and then thick on the other. You remember that? Like that aesthetic, and you felt like, oh yes, I am a genius. Graphic design is my passion. You remember those days? I remember I was like maybe 7 or 8 when that was still a thing. Those little MySpace pages were... Wow. What about Tumblr? Tumblr's still a thing now, right? I know Tumblr still exists. The site hasn't gone down or anything. Tumblr's still a thing, right? I'm not dumb. I know Tumblr's still a thing. People still use it, right? I'm not being stupid. People still use Tumblr, right? It's a thing? I swear it's a thing. If it's not a thing, then I don't know what people are using for like picture stuff. Unless it's Pinterest. Ah. Oh my god, I remember AOL and Yahoo. I had a Yahoo account. That was my first email account. AOL came after that. Most people migrated from Tumblr to Twitter, but now that Twitter was going down in flames a couple months ago, or that's what people said, a lot of them went to Tumblr. Oh. Wait, what? Really? I actually don't know what happened to it. People just stopped talking about it, and I was never... Yo, okay, I think this is what makes me such a... Not a bad, but a very ignorant person on the internet, being a content creator. I didn't start creating content until I was like out of uni and preparing to be a VTuber. So for about... Did I ever tell you? I think I did. The story's a little bit like mixed up, but I started working right out of uni in 2021, like in April. I kept going with that job until late October or so of that year, like 2021 October. During those months between April and October 2021, I was a part of this other Discord community, and we were all like friends and stuff and talking, and it was really, really nice, really chill. And I think it was during that period that I fell in love with VTubers way more than how I used to see them. Like, all I knew at the time was just Hololive. I wasn't really into Nijisanji at the point, but I knew a ton about Hololive, and I remembered everybody's names, JP, EN, and ID branches. So, like, one picture of them, I'm like, I know who you are. So, I was good at it, you know? I knew my Hololives. But yeah, once I finished my research job, I went into streaming, or at least I went into VTubing. And I tried like job hunting and everything still. I remember trying to get my license for like doing injections and stuff, because COVID vaccines were still a thing and you could get paid quite a bit for that in Canada. I remember also getting my CPR stuff done. Like I remember doing a lot of things to try and further my education while also streaming. And that was honestly such a waste of time to do all of those certification things, I think, because I'm a full-time VTuber now. So like, I don't actually need any of that anymore. I'll keep it up just because I have it, but it was such a time sink. Now that I think about it, I think I could have been doing something else during those hours, but you know, I guess it calls for some good stories, because I have some fun stories about when I was doing my certification things. So In 2020... No, wait. Wait, I'm messing up the timelines. April of 20... Was it 20? No. Trying to remember. Oh, I was right. Never mind. The time was right. So, in... You graduated uni in 2021? Yeah, I did. Does it also need to be reported every so often? Yes. So in Canada, I don't know what it is in any other country, but or at least in this province that I'm in Ontario, it's every 3 years for your CPR stuff and standard first aid things. Lessons that are experience gained is not time wasted. That is true. Okay. I like to think about it that way. Let's think about it that way. Learning is going to break up the horror of it is. Yeah. So at that point, I think I was taking streaming as part-time, and getting all these certifications and stuff was what I was doing to try and attempt to further my education just a little bit more and like update my resume with cooler new things. I even did some like online courses too about like workplace stuff, occupational health safety shit. What else did I do? Like first responder type stuff. Yeah, it was rough, man. Never again. I am done with that life for now. But yeah, I think at the time VTubing wasn't gonna be like my main thing. But I just wasn't on social media long enough to really know what I was getting myself into, I think. Because all I knew at that point in 2021 was Twitter from that friend's Discord thing and following a lot of Hololive artists. That was pretty much it. Oh, bye Johnny, drive safe if you drive in, or just get home safe. Yeah. So, I don't know, I just don't... Even before then, like before I became a VTuber, or even considered it, or was even into VTubers and knew the existence of VTubers, what did I do? I think I was very much a normie with weeb and otaku tendencies. Like, I would watch some stuff from time to time, like animes I would watch, K-dramas I would watch a lot too, because my family watched them. And it was just like things that I could talk about with them. I also was a pretty big social butterfly. Like, I had so many friends who were willing to go out and like party or like chill and just like, you know, it wasn't what I'm doing now, where I'm just on the internet with friends. And I kind of miss that, I'm not gonna lie. I do. I miss those friends. Like, the people that I spent my 19th birthday with. The people who, like, went with me to buy alcohol for the first time. Like, I don't even talk to them very much anymore, and it's kind of sad, you know? So, I mean, I just wish that I kept up those friendships a bit better, because I didn't. It's sad, man. It's very sad. And all throughout uni, I watched K-dramas, I watched anime, but I was never into VTubers, never into social media. Like, even with the news shit, I never watched like anime news, like things about voice actors. Even like I barely saw any. Like I don't know why. That's it. I really should. I really should. I missed them. Like, genuinely. They were the people who taught me a lot of life skills, I think. They were also just very independent people. I get along with people who are older than me, apparently. I found that out the hard way. I had some friends in uni in my first and second year that were not great. But outside of my program, I met some other friends who were like in like a senpai of sorts, and like they were all at the very, like, I remember my youngest friend in my 3rd and 4th year was 3 years older than I was. I was always the baby. But for some reason, we just got along really well. And I wasn't really able to meet a solid group of friends in university until my 3rd and 4th year. Like, that was really sad. And only then was I able to, like, have a little bit more fun. My 1st and 2nd year was just full of shit. I did not enjoy it. So, my first 2 years in uni was talking to Rio, one of my childhood friends who came into stream today, earlier this morning. I was talking to her online almost every single day. Actually, we did talk every single day. I think we had a streak of like 1,000 something. I remember... What else did we do? I remember studying a lot, walking to and from classes alone all the time. It was just very empty. Those 2 years, my first 2 years in university, were just so empty. But I didn't know about VTubers or like cared very much for social media back then, so I think I was just like in the corner, very quiet, you know? And as a kid, I didn't grow up with social media either. I was never online. My parents didn't let me. I watched TV. Like Disney Channel, Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, Boomerang, that kind of shit, you know? But I was never actually online talking about it with other people or watching people draw fan art. You know, that was just never something I knew was a thing. That was kind of rough, man. But yes, so throughout my entire life, I was just never online. Unless you count like Facebook games to be online, where really you only played with yourself. Like I played with my sister, if anything, but I didn't actually play with friends, which was kind of sad. No, I was never online. Me and my sister, Chloe, God, we would be at the dining table on MSN, and we would message each other from across the table. Like, I remember just being on my laptop. It was like an old HP laptop. I would like peer around it, like the screen, just to be like, hey, while typing something in Comic Sans on MSN. It was so stupid. It's because we were both that lonely. Oh, Ezra! Hi! Hello! Member for 2 months. You've been a member for 2 months. Thank you, Ezra. Thank you. Resub by using it to remind you that you're short. I get reminded of that every day. Thank you. Hi, Nar. Oh, yeah. Feel free to lurk and listen. We're just chilling. Yeah. Is a member super truly free? Yes. Good night, Rank. Good night. Okay, wait. I was doing my nails, right? Okay. But yeah, I don't know. My first 2 years were so shitty. I got bullied so much in my first 2 years. And I feel like till this day, those bullies didn't even realize that they were doing it. Because some of them still try to talk to me. And I'm like, I liked you at a point. I think we're done now. You know, like you don't have to put up this phase to just try and keep it up. I think we're good. I think we can go our separate ways. Don't have to stick around. It's fine. I don't know. Maybe I just let go of people who I don't like very easily. Maybe you don't know the stories. Oh god, wait. Let me another shot. Hold on a second. I'm gonna be careful because my nails. Bye. Ah. Let's go beat him up. I know you would, Cassie. I know you would do. You would basically beat him up for me. I know you would. I smell tension. I'll tell you the stories then. Oh my god. In the first 2 years of uni. Well, I should start with the first year. My first year was it It's like my program was the kind of program where everyone was really close knit with each other. Also, I'm sorry I'm looking down so much. It's because my nails. So everyone's really close with each other in my program. Like everyone knew each other's names, and if we ever did group stuff together, it usually went really smoothly. So, part of my program's orientation was to go on a camping trip with the entire year, and I hated that idea, but we had to do it. So, the camping trip was 5 days, 4 nights. Within those 5 days, I had to share a room with a bunch of racist people, and I did not like it. So, it is a wild decision, isn't it? Yeah. Oof, big oof, I know. So I was like given the worst bunk bed that wasn't really a bed in the end. Every time because these orientation things, I don't know if you've ever done something like this, but like Frosh Week or orientation stuff, they're usually meant to cultivate friendships, lifelong relationships with people who you're going to spend the next 4 years with, trying to like be an adult. And there's also a saying where you meet your bridesmaids and you need shit like that, you know? So there's like a bunch of team building exercises. We had to row boats together. We climbed up on rocks together. We did team building shit. We hugged a lot, which I did not like. Cause personal space, man. We just spent every freaking moment together, you know? And I hated it. I really did. But during the lunch periods, like the breaks and stuff, I managed to find a group of friends. Because my mom's friends something was also in the same program, and I recognized the dude. So I was like, hi! And then he introduced me to his friends, and I was like, ooh, hey! And we got along together within the first few weeks of uni. Like after the whole camp thing was over and the orientation stuff was done, we still had like, you know, classes together. Yo, in first year, every single class is mandatory for my program. And we basically had every single lecture together. The only things we didn't have together were probably like tutorials, which you couldn't pick. Like it was picked for you, right? So, you know, I picked a time slot, but I couldn't pick a location. So, yeah, that was out of my control. And I guess during midterms, that's when I was just like, why is... Everyone just kept looking at me for midterms, and I felt like it was really weird. But I think the saddest part, no one's gonna like hearing this, and I feel like this is very pretentious to say. I always will think this, actually, because it's just how I am, I guess. So I dress very differently from the people in my program. A lot of them wore workout clothes, like Adidas pants, leggings, very comfy kind of clothing. I like fashion a lot, so I would wear like jeans, I'd wear like makeup, I would do my hair, things like that.
You absolute cutie. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too, Baka. Thank you for that super. Oh, I didn't live on campus either. I commuted every day. Like, baby, you were so lucky it was only one night. My god. That was 5 days, 4 nights, man. But yeah, during midterms, we had to like study together and stuff. And I did look very different, I think, in comparison to a lot of the people within my program. I knew I stood out in a way because of how I dressed. I would wear like fancy shirts and like, you know, frilly things, sometimes very boyish, but like I do like fashion to a very high degree. And everyone in my program just really liked wearing workout clothes. So I looked very different. Even my bag was different because people would bring like duffel bags and protein shakes. You know, like, the big plastic ones with the bigger lid, and you just like flip it and you go like, right? You know that thing. I had like a nice water bottle. Just a Starbucks cup sometimes. I'd wear jeans. I'd bring like a purse for my school shit. If you guys were in VC the other day when I Gucci bag. I actually brought that to school as like a backpack because it fit my iPad and like my makeup and whatever I needed. So like I cared a lot about what I wore. I know I looked good while going to school, okay? So because of that, I feel like a lot of people treated me differently, and I did not like that. So I actually tried to not dress up for a while. Like, I started to wear sweatpants. I actually purposefully bought sweatpants and wore my glasses to school instead of wearing contacts, just so I would look more dressed down instead of up. But I actually felt like I put more effort into doing something that was supposed to be comfortable than, you know, dressing up the way I normally did. And I hated it. But I figured, like, it being first year and everyone's, like, trying to find their friend groups and stuff, I had to do something to, like, fit in a bit better. So I did what I could. And during midterms, I think because of the way I dressed and stuff, people thought I didn't take school seriously. Like, the worse that you dressed, the more that you didn't care about what you wore and more about your studies. I think that was just the overall opinion of my university. And it was really dumb. I think that mindset is just really dumb because, you know, in the working world, you want to dress nice so people think you have your shit together. Everyone around me did not look like they had their shit together. It's such a backwards way of thinking. Like, I just didn't understand it. So anyway, yeah, during midterms, people thought I was stupid, basically. So no one asked me for any homework help. No one asked me to study with them. No one would invite me to go to the library and study with them, even though everyone else was doing that. Like, the way that I studied for midterms was probably not the way most people want to study, but because I commuted 3 hours every single day to get to university, most of my time studying was on a train. I would drive at, like, if my class was at 9, I'd wake up at 6, drive to the train station, and be there at, like, 7:15-ish. I would take the train. It was like an hour or so, depending on the delays. So 7:15, 8:15. At 8:15, I would get off the train, transfer to the subways, and then take the subway to my campus. And from the campus, take a streetcar or a tram, or whatever it is you want to call it. But like the trains that go above ground on like local roads in the city, I would take one of those to go to my class and then walk. Like, I took every mode of transportation except a bicycle, like a skateboard, like rollerblades. Like, I've done everything just to get to campus every single day. So, and I also would try and get there on time. Like, from waking up at 6, getting ready within 30 minutes or so. And if there was snow, I would have to make sure, like, I had that 30-minute, like, 6:30 to 6:45 window to get rid of any snow before leaving the driveway and stuff. And then get to the train station and take the train at 7:15. And that 3 hours, man. Waking up at 6 and then, I mean, I guess the commute itself started at 6:45 in the morning and ended at 9. But like every single day, and then I have to do that backwards because I have to go back home, right? I didn't live on campus, so I was actually very dedicated to, you know, my education in general. The struggle was real, so real, man. Did none of you guys have to do that? Take your experience to a healthy degree as professional. Thank you! Thank you! Our city calls them light rail. Light rail? That's a fancy word. Mine's just called a streetcar or a tram. I say tram because British, but People here say streetcar, which is really fucking weird. Dragon, you are so lucky. It's only 20 to 30 minutes. It was a walk or a bus? Yo, okay, I'm not gonna lie, baby. I hated everyone who had that. Because I would be awake at least 2 hours before an exam. 3 even. And yet people would be on campus, like, studying awake 3 hours before an exam, so they get to cram more than I could. I was so mad. Everybody who could commute like that to class, I wanted to punch in the face. Because they'd be like, I only got like 5 hours of sleep last night. I pulled an all-nighter. And I'd be like, bitch, you cannot say shit. Like, I always have to study in advance because I know I don't have the luxury of pulling all-nighters because I have to drive. And it's dangerous to be sleepy while driving. Also, I don't want to miss my stops on the train, so I cannot be sleepy. Like, I would study hours and hours and weeks, days in advance for something because I knew of my commute struggles. Like, I had to be that careful about it. So, it was just... Yeah, the building was across the... You know what? I wish I could have done that. Hold on, I'm gonna pour myself another drink. Staying at home did save a lot. It did, because I didn't have to pay for, like, dorm stuff. But I still had to pay for, like, gas. Car, gas, transportation money. I think one way was already $20. Almost $20, I think. Canadian, though. So I guess in US it'd be, like, 15 or so? I know, right? Well, think about how many transportation things I took, right? I drove. I took the train, which was... Because Canada is so big and the distance is really long, the train ride was about... Yeah, an hour. It was definitely an hour. From, yeah, 7:15 to 8:15. That was, like, the kind of the window. Of obviously, like, give or take 10 minutes or so, but... Yeah. So considering the distance and the time... Like, I can understand why it was that expensive. But yeah, anyway. I think that kind of shows how dedicated and, like... How important it was to me that I did that every day. Oh, Psycho! Welcome to the membership! Think it make it feel... I wish. Honestly, the trains were really nice. Like, they were... really clean. Yeah, and very comfortable. I fell asleep on them a lot of the time. If I wasn't studying on the train, I would be sleeping. Usually I would sleep on the way and I would study on the way back because, like, thinking back on it, if I had class at 9 and say it ended at like 5 or 6 at night, I would be home at around 8 or 9 to have dinner. Like, and then the cycle repeats because I have to wake up at 6 again the next morning. So there really wasn't much time for me to be studying in general. Like, I think it's what made me miss out on a lot of things in school because, especially in uni, because, right, most people in first and second year, they want to hang out with you. They want to go party and stuff, right? I didn't have that luxury to stay late after class because I had to get home. And it took 2 hours to commute that. So, you know... Having a work commute seems a little bit more stressful because you're getting paid. Mine was just for school, so while it was a responsibility, I was technically paying to be there. Because tuition, right? I wanted to get my money's worth, so of course I would do the commute every single day. But you're getting paid to go to work. Oh, I'm taking a shot, by the way. Hopefully avoid rush hours. I mean... I avoided the rush hours of driving and finding parking because I commuted instead, but... No. So... But what was I... But yeah, I hated doing that because I think, like, it made people think that I didn't want to be there, you know? Like, it made people think that I didn't want to be friends with them because I was like, oh no, I gotta go home now. Instead of like hanging out after streams and not after streams, after classes. Meditate. I'm getting tipsy. Wait, we got raided? By who? Did I miss the thing? Dang it. Oh no. I'm sorry, I'm tipsy. my reaction speed has definitely been nerfed. But yeah, so midterms. I was talking about first year midterms. Yeah, people thought I was dumb. So no one asked me for shit. The other thing was that I guess the way that I studied was very different from other people. A lot of my friends studied with their laptops. I was kind of old school. I used pen and paper. Oh, it was Ezra! Wait, Ezra was here earlier! Thank you, Ezra, for the raid. Thank you. No, I'm not a lightweight. I'm not. I know I'm not. I found that out when I was 19. So, the midterms went really well. Like, I think I did great. The way that I studied was very similar to how I studied in high school, which was also just as diligent, in my opinion. And when it came to the point where we had to check our midterm grades, me and the group of friends that I hung out with, we sat at a table together, and we all checked it at the same time. And I was really happy with mine because I got all B's. And it being my first year, the change from high school to uni, the grading systems and stuff, and like how they tested was very different. So I took it as like a learning experience of sorts, where it's like, oh, I see how they test now. I'll be prepared and do better next time. So I was happy with what I got, and I made a stupid decision to be like, hey guys, I need to use the bathroom. Can you watch my stuff for me? Because obviously I didn't want to leave my stuff just out there where people can steal it on campus, right? And obviously they were like, yeah, sure, we'll keep an eye on it. I didn't close my screen, so my grades were just out in the open. That was a really careless mistake of me. But when I came back from the bathroom, or washroom, I guess, the people that I was with, they were all just like, hey Mia, how did you study? Can I borrow your notes for the exam when the time comes? Would you like to go study with me? I'll treat you to bubble tea. You lend me your notes? And I was like, what? Nani? But at the same time, I couldn't say no because I felt like they were the only people I had around. Like, I had no other friends in my program because I was too introverted to branch out a bit more and not be with these people. And one of them was my mom's friends something. They were like family friend shit. So I couldn't... I felt bad if I was just like, no, you cannot have my shit. And I thought it was strange that they wanted it. Because it was all pen and paper. And they were all just like, you're so old school with pen and paper. Like, how do you even study that? You can't like control F anything. And I was like, I don't need to control F if I study enough. I know where everything is in my notes. And I color-coded everything. I should show you guys my notes one day. I have very pretty notes. According to Starlight, my wonderful mod Starlight, who has been around for every stream where I've shown my notes, I have very pretty notes. I'll show you guys how I study one day. Yeah, most of my friends now, too, like, they're all mostly high school friends. I haven't really... I'm not too close with my uni friends. Not to say that they're bad friends or anything, but I'm definitely closer to my high school friends than uni friends. But, yeah, for the first 2 years of uni, I was very much pen and paper type student, while everyone else was on their laptops or, like, tablets. Yeah. So when they were like, can you share your notes with us? I was like, How do you expect me to share this? Because the way that I did it, this was like the easiest way I found out how to do it. It was really annoying to do, but it definitely helped. I don't know if it would help anybody who's in university right now or like anyone who's learning anything, but the way I did it was before every lecture, like usually a day before, all my professors would post the lecture slides. So I would type it up on a document and put enough space in between things so that I had enough space to annotate it. And I organized it in a way that would make it easy for me to study off in the future, because I know myself. I guess I know the way that I study, and I couldn't do it through PowerPoint slides. I feel like they're too separated. Like, you have one topic and it goes through multiple different slides, and they all just look the same. And I couldn't segregate things into parts in my head, so I had to do it myself. And then the next day in class, I would have like all my colored pens on the table and like annotate stuff on those set of notes that I wrote out. Like, I typed up and then printed out. It also saved paper because PowerPoint slides take up like a good amount of paper. Yeah, that's how I studied for 2 years. And for the first 2 years of uni, I got mostly B's and some A's here and there. Yeah, but mostly B's though. And I don't know, people just judged me a lot in uni, which is why I didn't have fun. I think if I met like some genuinely good friends in uni, I would have had much more fun. At least within the first 2 years. But you can't drink within the first 2 years, I think, because in Canada that's illegal. So, when I turned 19, and I think I was in 3rd year by that point, I joined a club, and I met some really good friends there. The people that I had my first alcoholic drinks with, the people that I went to certain places with for the first time, like they helped me out a lot with feeling more comfortable in school again, like not just for education but actually having a social life. And from what I remember, those people who said those things to me within the first year slowly started to separate themselves from me. Like, they would talk about me behind my back very obviously when I was right next to them. And it pissed me off, but I was not petty enough to give them the time of day. So instead, I just got on with my life and tried not to look at what they said about me or heard, like what I heard from other people. Like, I didn't try to dress down anymore. I wore what I wanted to wear. I wore whatever makeup I wanted. And I was infinitely happier. Even though I was alone most of the time in uni, for those first 2 years, I was infinitely happier that I was more myself and not trying to impress other people who wanted to just use me for my brain. Even though they thought I was a dumb rich bitch in the beginning, to put it bluntly. Yeah. So, I remember in my 2nd year, one of those girls was like, "Hey Mia, what kind of lipstick do you use?" And I told her that it was a gift from my mom. She bought a lipstick from MAC. And she also asked me where I got some clothes of mine, because they were cute. And I was like, I don't know, they were presents from my aunt. She went to Korea a few weeks ago and brought these back for me as a gift. So, I don't know what brand it is. I don't know where it's from. She got so pissed at me because I didn't tell her where I got my clothes. But I remember the following week, she was like, she bought the exact same lipstick as me and was like, "Doesn't this look so good on me? It looks so much better on me than her." And I was like, okay, sure. I hope you're having fun. Wow, right? Wow. She also asked me how I did my eyeliner. I'm very subtle with mine. I don't wear much makeup. I think you guys can tell from any pictures you saw from AX or whatever, but I don't wear very heavy makeup. I try and make it... I have a clean girl aesthetic. So she asked me how I did my eyeliner, and I tried to explain it. I was just like, one stroke, very thin, cover up any of the spots you missed, and don't go too harsh on it, and use brown, not black, so it doesn't look that harsh, you know? And she came to school the next day, like, with the heaviest cat wig ever, and I was like, oh hell no. It's like, okay, I guess the thing is that when people have really heavy eyeliner that's so thick it just looks wrong, some of the time, not saying all of the time, sometimes it's definitely on purpose and it looks great, but some people, you can tell when it's like they try to make it look very small and very, very clean, and then it just, oh, they fucked up, gotta fix this. Like, you can tell when it's one of those moments, you know what I mean? Pennies of the yeah, I know, right? Right. Like, it just... Man. There were other situations, too, where I remember, I had a guy friend in uni. We don't talk anymore, but I just remember talking to him, and one of my friends, quote-unquote friends, liked the guy. And I guess he knew and didn't want to be involved with her, so he's like backed away a lot. And my friend came up to me one day and was like, you can have him. I was like, what? I was like, who are you talking about? What do you mean you can have him? Who? I can't have a person. You don't own people. I mean, obviously I didn't say that out loud, but I on the outside I was just like, what do you mean I can have him? Who's him? And she was like, you know what I'm talking about. Like, who? Wait, what? And then I found out, like, a couple days later from said guy friend, like, oh yeah, she confessed, it didn't go well. And I was like, oh, what did you say to her? And he was like, I just told her that I had someone else I was interested in. And I was like, oh, come on, man. Just say you weren't interested in dating now. Like, what? You dumbass. Fucking dumbass. I'm putting me in a rough spot. I didn't do shit. I was just standing there, being a good classmate. I only talked to this guy in classes. Like, we were really good classmates, and we would, you know... Sometimes we would study together because he was a good study buddy. He was the kind of person that would stay silent while studying, and if he had a question, he would ask it and not be overbearing. You know, just a good study buddy, right? I didn't see it as anything else. He didn't either. We were both very clear about that. So I was just like, man, why? Why? I didn't do shit. He must have been honest. But he wasn't honest. He had no one else he wanted to date. We were talking about it. At least at the time, from what I remember. I was just like, bro. But yeah, those were the kind of people I had to deal with in the first 2 years of uni. Which is why I hated it to a huge extent. I did not want to be at school. But I pushed through those 4-hour commutes. 3 in the morning to... I count the getting ready part as commuting, okay? So, I pushed through it. And, you know what? Even though I remember they kept trying to get me to hang out with them after class. Because of the whole, like... Can you study with us at the library after class? I'm like, sorry, no, I have to go home. My commute's 2 hours. I ended up loving my commute. Because it was an excuse not to be around them anymore. Yeah. And I think also at the time, my family, we had some like health issues going on. It was a really big deal. I didn't want my family to worry about me. So I was like, my job at the moment may not be to earn money, but I have a responsibility to go to school because it's being paid for. I didn't pay for my tuition, my parents did. So, like, I had a responsibility to attend school, and the thing that I can do to help out is get good grades and not make my family worry about me. So I did what I thought was the right thing. And I think I pulled it off. I mean, I'm doing great. So, yeah, for the first 2 years it was really messy. But come third year and meeting those really good friends, I think I came out of my shell a lot. That was the year, like my third year. It was the year that I changed my hair for the first time since since attending uni. Like I had silver purpley hair like I do now. Or if you saw my old model, I think that's actually more accurate to what I had. I'll show you guys pictures one day. But yeah, I had kind of like basically what this is. And I had... Oh wait, actually, if you've seen my hair in person or on the membership streams, basically the black parts of my hair were silvery and the blonde brown bits were purple. Yeah, I think that's the easiest way to describe it. So, like, I changed my hair, and I know that doing that, it was very loud. I was the only one within my entire program who had hair that looked not really natural. And no one in my program had, like, colored hair, which was surprising. Like, it was either, like, a natural brown shade. No one had, like, bleached hair like me. No one had like fancy colors like pink or blue or whatever. Like it was all just very empty. So I knew I stood out. I also felt more comfortable just wearing what I wanted to wear. So like if I wanted to wear knee-high boots and a skirt and like a fancy sweater or like have a different handbag every day for classes, and like if I wanted to wear fashionable workout clothes, like I would. Like I tried not to care about what other people would look at me as. I just wanted to feel pretty. And this is a really weird thing, but I learned this in psychology, okay? Even if you're not doing anything important, if you look confident and you play the part, like you dress that way and you try doing like power walks or just like at your desk, you sit confidently, you actually do a lot better with school or focusing on work in any way. Like, just take 2 minutes to, like, just think about, I got this. I can do this. I am going to do great today. I have shit to do and I can do it. You know, if you just do that for 2 minutes before actually starting anything, you actually focus for a lot longer. This wasn't a study, by the way. So I know I'm not bullshitting. This is like legitimate psychology stuff. And I would do that pretty much every morning. Like, I wore what I wanted to wear. I'd look at myself in the mirror and be like, fuck yeah. I think that's how I boosted my, like, my confidence from being, I am, like, because first and second year was basically, everyone's using me for my grades and my brain. No one actually cares about me as a person. So my mind kind of just flipped and was like, you know what? If no one cares about me as a person, I need to care about me as a person. If I don't care about myself first, no one else will. So I started doing that, and I was like, yep, I am great. I am smart. I care about myself. My ADHD... Well, I mean, you don't have to sit still. You can move around. Good self-care. I know it sounds really cheesy, but I think that genuinely helped. Like, doing it not every day, but just whenever I had an off day, I'd be like, no. I'm good. Because my self-esteem was so shit at the time, man. Yeah, I'm good now. And so, like, third year was the year that all the people who tried to use me for my brains was just like, shit, we can't touch her anymore. Apparently, I was too confident now. If they wanted me to be a rich bitch, that's what I was gonna be. Honestly, I wasn't. I didn't work all throughout uni because my parents were like, no. Focus on school. You can work when you're done. And I was like, okay. Because I had the money saved up. on my own. Like, I did have another way of getting money, and Canada gives me money. Thanks to the government system, I got free tuition. Well, not really free, but I got grants, which was great, and I had scholarships. So, you know, I had the money to afford nice things. And pay for transit and cars, and car insurance, and gas, you know. Finances first. Priority finances first. But I definitely had the money because of all the scholarships that I got, so... Yeah. So when people thought I was stupid, I was like, ha! You think I got all these clothes just from having rich parents? Fuck no, my brain got this. Like, fuck you, man, fuck you. And there was one year, I think some of the members would know, the Gucci backpack. There's actually a story behind it. My mom, I think, I told her all about what was happening in first and second year. She was like, she was my best friend throughout my first and second year of uni, just trying to get me through it. She's like, it's okay. I know you're worried. I know you're not doing great socially, but you got this. You know, she was that person for me. And she told my grandpa about what was happening. So the year before third year, no, the summer before third year. So I guess like somewhere around July or August, my grandpa, he came and visited Canada and was like, Mia, I have a present for you, and I'd like to talk to you first, though. And I was like, what's up? So my grandpa, this is the grandpa that, like, plays the guitar, does calligraphy, and taught me how to draw. Yeah, this the cool-ass grandpa. He brought me aside and was like, I heard what was going on. This is like a summarized version of what he said. But, yeah, he told me, like, he knew what was happening at my uni, and how throughout my first and second year I wasn't doing so well. And... he was like, you have a lot of talents that, you know, we've imparted to you. You know, he told me, like, you know how to do calligraphy, you're a very diligent person, you deserve nice things for how hard you've worked. You made sure that the family wasn't worried about you, and you did well in school for all that was going on. Like, you managed it very well, and you deserve something for it. So he got me that backpack that you guys saw the other day. And I was like, no, I can't accept this. Like, I just did what I thought I had to do. It's kind of similar to, like, when people go to work, right? You get paid, and you do it because you know you should. You need it to survive. So I was like, I have to go to uni and be good at it. Make sure I go every day. So that one day, when I do have a job, and stuff, I'll do it every day, and I won't get tired of it, and it's just a responsibility thing. Like, I really just thought I was doing what I had to do. But then my grandpa was like, no. You could have skipped class. You could have not, you know, done well in school, but you did, despite everything else that was going on. So he was like, here's a gift. You deserve this. And it was the backpack. And I kept telling him no. Like, I really didn't... I didn't feel comfortable accepting it, but he just pushed it on to me. Was like, you deserve nice things. He started, like, he has the strongest British accent. But he started speaking in Cantonese because he was getting fed up with how much I was just like, no, I can't take it. And he just kept being like, hiya. He just kept hi-yaing me. And I think it's because he also knew my self-worth wasn't at its peak yet, you know? My self-worth is definitely much better now, compared to back then. This was a couple years ago. But I just remember it so well. Like, he was very much like, you deserve nice things, Mia. Don't let what happened these past 2 years get to you. You deserve nice things. Start this third year of yours fresh. As you've only got 2 years left in uni, then you're gonna be sucked into the working world. You deserve nice things, and enjoy it while you can. Make all the friends that you can. Don't care about materialistic things. The people that do care about the materialistic things aren't your friends. They're just people who want to use you and your family. And I was like, okay. Like, I couldn't say no at that point, you know? Like, he just kept going, man. Like, you could tell he wasn't gonna stop until I accepted it. And you know, I I love him not because of the Gucci bag, right? Like, I love him because he says those things to me and he like shoves it in my face and goes like, "You little accept, be good." And I think that gave me like a really big push to start my 3rd year right. So I did what I was really scared of doing, which was dyeing my hair and wearing the clothes that I wanted to wear and bringing the bags that were too fancy, that I thought were too fancy, you know, and just not caring about what people thought. So I don't know. It was rough. It was rough until that point. In 3rd and 4th year was great though. I had so much fun. I loved it a lot. The friends that I made in my 3rd and 4th year are still my greatest friends now. Or like some of them, I guess. Most of them are actually my high school friends, but yeah. Thank you, Grandpa! Can you imagine though? Me being like... I don't know. I was such a diligent person. I woke up really fast at 6 a.m. in the morning. See, I could be. Guys waking me up in the mornings. I can be diligent if I want to be. I just choose not to be. W. Grams, he's such a cool grandpa. Such a cool grandpa. Love him to bits. You been good lately? Thank you. I'm trying. I promise I'm trying. Yeah, I was bullied. I think at that point I could call it bullied. Like bullying in 1st and 2nd year. Like, I honestly hated it, but I think at that point that's what I could call it. I'm surprised, like, for the first 2 years of uni, I didn't turn to like online friends or anything. I just kind of wallowed in peace. Oh, let me have another shot. Oh, that tastes good. So, oh wait, no, did I? Hold on, let me sit properly. Well, what for you? So yes, thank you. Thank you. I mean, I was bullied for a lot of things, like having materialistic things, being smart, which you would think are the things that you get praised for. I think that's why I was so... Like, when people praise me for having an education and stuff, or like having a shit ton of skills, like the whole languages thing, when people praise me for it, I just feel a little bit awkward about it because of my past with people bullying me for knowing things. Like, I thought it was so weird that, you know, people would bully me for it, but they did. So I don't know, like I think I had bad luck. Honestly, I really think I just had bad luck with meeting people for the first 2 years. It is what it is. It is what it is. Love you forever. I do. Like after graduating, I felt like I found like peace with myself at that point. I definitely got more mature, but I found that the people I spoke to, I just pick and chose better. I used to just try and get along with everybody and anybody that I could because I don't like drama, and I actually loved being an extrovert. Like I would talk to so many people, man. Like as many people as I could. I was a floater in my 1st and 2nd year because of that group of friends who, I should say ex-friends, who did that to me for the 2 years of uni. I tried my best to like separate from them and just float between friend groups. So I knew a bunch of people. We just weren't close enough to... At that point, people had already formed their friend groups. So I just like... I put this like stopped by each one, I guess. From time to time. Like if I had to do group work with someone, there was always gonna be someone that I could talk to about it. But like I wouldn't be alone per se, but I would be kinda like I wasn't close with anybody for 2 years in uni. So all my expectations of it just like went down the drain, which is really sad, but yeah. Honestly though, I think the worst part was I think let me think about this a bit better. So in third year was actually when COVID was about to start, I think. So January of 2020, I think. The January of 2020. Yeah, that's when people were like starting to wear masks and stuff, right? Yeah, it was the end of my third year. People were wearing masks and stuff, and like exams were being pushed, and I was like, what the heck is happening? No one actually knew what was happening. So I didn't get to see my friends and say goodbye to them at the end of third year, which was really sad because they were the people that kept me like up and around all the time. Like it felt so shitty. But during that year, at the end of it, so say like April, that's when uni exams are. Like April 1st to the 30th, that's when exams are, usually. Wait, actually no, midterms are before that, right? January, February, March, April... I'd say like early March. That's when midterms are. My eczema was flaring up so bad, but that also happened to be the month that my family from Hong Kong were visiting. From like to look at houses and stuff and prepare to move to Canada. And because of COVID and all the lockdowns and shit, they had nowhere to go. So if they weren't at the hotel or house hunting, they would be at our house. Now imagine trying to do midterms, studying for exams and doing assignments while eczema is flaring and with family around all the time. Like, being around so many people and the stress of exams, just, it was too much for me that my eczema flared. Like, bending my knees hurt. Turning my neck would make the skin on the neck like slit open because it was just that weak. Like my skin was not holding itself together at that point. So low-key kind of grateful that COVID happened because I didn't have to attend school in person. Like everything was online by the end of the school year, so I took all my exams at home and I was like, thank the fucking Lord, I don't have to go in person. Because leaving the house was physically painful. And I didn't want to have to go through like the what's it called? Like the sending in doctor's notes to be like, can Mia take exams at home and not go to school for this in-person thing? You know? It just like it hurts. It hurt like a bitch. And it got worse and worse and worse and worse to the point where I was just on the couch all summer. And not even, I think it was longer than that. So from April to October of 2020, while my skin was all flared up and stuff, I got into VTubing. Like I learned about VTubers during that period of time. So VTubers kind of like helped me out get through it. The sad part of it was I couldn't move. And I tried so many different ways of healing my skin again. And I felt so put down by it. Like, think about it, right? Like, first 2 years of uni, first and second year, were shit. You guys know that now. Start of the third year, I was feeling like at my peak. You know? Like, I was dressing well, I was happy, my grades were good. And then by the end of third year, my skin flares up. So I had maybe, 8 months of pure bliss until the shit show that was COVID and eczema flares and infections happened. Like, I did not have that much time. Did not have that much time to have fun. But I can tell you now, a lot happened within those 8 months and I was very happy. So, between April and October of 2020, I went from like just at home care of like putting cream and stuff to topical steroids, which is like cream you put on your skin and like ointments and stuff. And then I went through oral steroids, particularly something called prednisone. If you want to look that up, I'll type it out for you guys. Where's the thingy? It's spelled like this. I think that's how it's spelled. I think. Did I spell it right? If you want to look it up, you can. But that's basically what I was given. Multiple times, by the way. Yeah. Multiple times. So, to tell you how severe it was, without showing pictures of how disgusting my skin looked, it's only prescribed for 5 days, typically. I was prescribed it for 7 days. And my skin went in cycles where for 1 week, like I would take it, the next week my skin would flare up again, and then I'd endure it because I was like, no, I don't want to go through steroid withdrawal. I do not want to rely on it. But it would just get so bad to the point that I had to go back to my doctor and be like, can I have prednisone again? Steroids, onegaishimasu. And it happened 3 times throughout April to October. And I went to a Chinese doctor. I got acupuncture. Had to drink really disgusting things to apparently cleanse my insides, because that's where the flaring was coming from. I got something called UV light therapy, which was really painful because it basically dries the skin out and kills infections and all of that. I hated it, man. It was so painful. So fucking painful. I had to bathe in Epsom salts every single day, like hot Epsom salt baths. The reason why I took really hot baths is because the heat, the feeling of the heat, overrode pain. So, it like, if it wasn't a hot bath, it would hurt like a bitch. So I'd rather feel the heat and feel like I got burned than my skin stinging, you know? It was like a psychological thing, I guess. Yeah, very psychological. And if I was in the shower, you know when the shower head, right, like the water like falls on you, and the harder the pressure it is, the nicer it's supposed to feel on your muscles? No, that was painful. That was so painful. So I had to like slowly dip my toes in the water and be like, fuck, I feel the burn and the sting, and it's just and then slowly sink down. Cause it hurt like a bitch. Yep. And I had to clean the bathtub every day, cause like dead skin and stuff was a thing. It was all over my face. It was on my feet. Like it was literally from my scalp all the way down to my toenails and the bottom of my feet. I couldn't walk. Like the bottom of my feet was just, it was necrotic. The skin there turned black. Yeah, it was legitimately black, and I cannot exaggerate that. Like it was dying. My skin was generally dying because it was so infected. Like skin cells are all connected in some way or form. So yeah, pain pickle. So from April to October, I felt like my life was over. My mom carried me up and down the stairs because I couldn't walk them myself. Can you imagine? Like I was like in my early 20s, still am in my early 20s, but I was early 20s, and my mom, who is not that young, she's in the mid stages of her life, you know, just carrying a 115 pound me up and down 2 flights of stairs every day just so that I could go from my bedroom to the living room. Like I felt so bad that she did that, but she did. And then at some point, I remember in late October of 2020, that's when my dermatologist put me on a clinical trial study thing. So I was a guinea pig. And until this day, I am still on that clinical trial. But clearly, it's done what it's supposed to do. And I am totally fine now. I know if I miss a day of eating those like pills and stuff, I will freaking like my skin will get itchy the next day. Like I'll fucking explode in like redness and just itchiness, and I'll feel it. Like I can feel just the next day my skin feels like it's like thin. Right, Mino Mom? Yeah, that's why I love her so much. I love her just as much as she loves me, you know? Gotta get something that works. Yeah, and I get paid to take it. Did I get my superpowers? I did. I did. We definitely cannot get a choice in that. I think it runs in my family too. Like, I know my grandpa, the one who gave me the Gucci bag, and my mom, they both have eczema. My sister has it too, but not as bad as me. My cousins also have it, from what I know. Obviously, it's still not as bad as me. I just had the worst of it. Like, my immune system is so shitty. I have a really, really shitty immune system. And I think most people don't think I can do this. I think it's just personality traits of mine make it seem like I'm the type who cannot stand having something I want. Like chocolate. If I can't have it for a certain reason, I think my personality and the way that I just am now makes people think, oh, it's gonna be so difficult for her to withhold eating something like that. You know? Like, I think it's just my general personality, being impatient and all that. People think that's how I am, but ever since I was 4, I've had to withhold eating a lot of things. Like, I love eating seafood. Shellfish, like shrimp, crab, lobster. It's also a really big part of Chinese cuisine to have shellfish, because a lot of parts of like Asia were fishing places, like fishing villages and stuff. So it's a big part of Chinese cuisine to actually have fish and just generally just have food from the ocean. I'm allergic to shellfish. If I have too much, my skin will break out in big hives. I'll get really itchy. I will start bleeding everywhere because it's so itchy that I bleed. And pain pickle. Like, it's very unbearable. But at the same time, I know that I can have a little bit. So I will let myself eat a little bit, but I have really great control over how much I eat. Even if someone offers it to me, I will say no. Like, I know for Chinese dinners at dim sum places, there's something called hagao, which is like a shrimp dumpling. And a lot of my cousins love it. My family loves it. They usually order like multiples of it. I always only eat one, and no more than that. Or there will be nights where my like you guys know, I go to my Saturday dinners with my family. There'll be days where they're just like, we're gonna order shellfish, and like they literally just bring home a big, that's the styrofoam box with the crabs and lobsters and shrimps inside of it, and just like eat it raw. But yeah, I don't know if you guys have ever done that, but they definitely have. And I'll just sit there on the side like, have fun. And then my mom, she'll be like, just a tiny piece, like a tiny little crab leg. And I'm like, break the crab leg in half and I'll take the tiny bit of it. Yeah. I have to have really good self-control. And even with like sweet things, I cannot have too much, or else my skin will also flare again. Oh, even like meat. Very specific types of meat will also make me flare up. I love lamb chops, but having too much lamb will also make me flare up. Oily foods like McDonald's. McDonald's. Obviously, like having McDonald's, I can eat it more carefully. Like, not as careful. I mean, like I can have it freely now, but I cannot have it every day. Obviously. I love it though. I mean, that I guess that kind of also explains why my parents were also a bit more careful about the foods I ate in general, like ordering from McDonald's, not letting me have McFlurries. You know, just it makes sense now, doesn't it? But yeah, I'm actually very, very good with controlling myself. So bubble tea addiction, I can go for months without it if need be, because I've done it before. I didn't have bubble tea for a whole year, and I lived. I survived. That sounds good. I want to eat that. And I made them here. Yeah. Yeah. So if I really have to control my appetite and my diets and stuff, I definitely can. So let's say like if I was able to go on my Mexico trip, I would refrain from eating all the foods that I want to eat. Besides like maybe like once or twice a day, chocolate stuff, you know. Well, I can indulge in one, but I won't go further than that, and I know that I won't. So being diligent is actually really easy for me. I feel like it's just built in my system now. Oh my god, wait. Never know you. Thank you, baby. Thank you. Literally built different. I try. Well, I kind of had no choice. I've had this condition since I was 4, so I grew up with it. I do not know what life is like without it. Like to be able to be so free, like with eating whatever you want, not being allergic to anything. I had to move countries because I was allergic to that area's air. Okay, like no, not even countries, continents. I moved out from Hong Kong to Canada because I was allergic to all the smog and pollution in the air. Like, no one's ever had to think of that before. So, like, at least not anyone that I know. So, like, my family had to give up a lot for me. If I didn't have the skin condition I did and how bad it was, I'd probably still be living in Hong Kong right now. But I'm not. Yeah, I tried so many different medications too. Like, I think the timeline, cutting short here, summarizing everything. From the age of 4, it was just topical stuff like ointments, creams. Starting from the age of 9, 9? That's when the oral steroids started. So from 9 to 12, oral steroids. From 12 to about, I'd say give or take 19. So throughout like high school and the first years of, like the first 2 years of uni, I think that's what, 6 years or so, 7 years or so. I was completely cold turkey. I had no medications whatsoever because I was able to handle it. Like, I was careful with the food I ate, stayed healthy, worked out, was fairly active, you know, just living the healthy life because I could. I remember like moving from Hong Kong to Canada after like my steroid withdrawal was over. I was like, Mom, I can run. And she started crying. Yeah. And like I'd say like from 2020 till now I've been on that particular medication. Actually, I would tell you what it is, but I have no clue what it's fucking called. Like, freaking study names, clinical trial names of drugs, they're so freaking long because they don't have a proper name yet. That's like Advil. You know how ibuprofen is basically Tylenol, or like Advil or whatever it was, right? Like, yeah, there's no name for it yet. It's just a fancy long name that I don't know the name of. like Pepto-Bismol is like, you know, it's actually a really long name. There's no name for it yet, so I don't know what the full name is. I forgot. But yeah, I went through a lot. I remember being on a wheelchair for a while because I couldn't stand. I think I was maybe 11 at the time. Yeah, I was about 11 years old. Starting from like the age of 7 though, like 7 to 12, I got blood tests every single week. There were sometimes it was twice a week because of all the steroids I was taking. But yeah, from 7 to 12, that's when I had a lot of blood tests. 7 to 9 was like my dad trying to get me and my sister into Chinese medicine. Cause he was very traditional that way. He thought it would work or it would help, and I had to ingest the craziest things. You guys ever drink turtle shell juice? You guys ever had that? I'm gonna guess not. You ever had to? I injected that, like, not injected. You know the syringe? I couldn't stand the taste of it, so I would take the syringe and suck it up and just shoot it down my throat because I couldn't stand the taste of it being on my tongue, and I was just like, bitter. Yeah, it's Chinese herbal medicine market. I think I've bathed in bugs for a good 3 months or so. Yeah. So what we had to do, at least this is what the Chinese doctor said. You had to boil the bugs. It was like cockroaches, beetles of some sort, crickets or whatever. Boil them and bathe in it for 15 minutes every day. And apparently, it was supposed to like kill bacteria and make my skin nice and shiny and smooth and healthy. Yeah, no, yeah, no, I was 7. You know, you would think at this point, going through what I had, my brain would just be like personality-wise, mentally, I'd have been broken down by now. All that shit that I went through as a kid just for my health, like, whew, it was a ride. Sounds a lot like Fear Factor. Imagine doing it, but every single day. Oh, there's a funny one. My mom took a watermelon and she cut the watermelon out, you know, they gave us the shell and just started rubbing it all over my body. Because she was like, this is a lot of water. Very sweet, very sticky, but it will hydrate you. Hydrate your skin. Yeah. That was a funny one. Of all the treatments. See, when people ask me, like, how do you manage your eczema? I always laugh at it because I'm like, which treatment do you want to hear first? Because I've gone through a lot. Maybe the least strange one? Yeah, it's probably the least strange one. Yeah. Okay, this makes kind of some logical sense to me, which is why I thought it would work, but it didn't. It worked a little bit for my sister, but not me. Is where you inject allergens into the body so that your body keeps fighting against it until it builds immunity against it, which is technically what vaccines do, right? So I was like, this might work. So one of I think at the time, that dermatologist that I was seeing, he injected the allergens in me, and my skin would flare for like a month, and then it would like calm down and heal, but it just didn't work. It just basically made me worse because I couldn't fight it. My immune system was just that shitty. Lots of stories still? Oh yeah. Lots and lots of stories. I think the one that was the most consistent, I think it's one that a lot of people have heard, is where you just wear wet clothes throughout the day. Yeah, it doesn't sound very comfortable, but like, I mean, it kept the skin hydrated and it prevented it from ripping apart, so I'll take it. Yeah, so I had to wear like a wet turtleneck in the summer. Like when I went to bed, that is, I would wear a wet turtleneck. I would wear wet undies, wet leggings, wet socks, just wet everything, and then like another layer of dry clothes so that it wouldn't, you know, damage the bed sheets with wetness and the mattress beneath it. Just a lot of wet. Yeah, and I felt like a baby because I had to wear gloves all the time, and I'm just really good at shoving them off. I think some of you know that I'm really good at taking things off in the middle of the night, just kicking it out, like kicking it off. What I would do with my hands is I would just like rip the gloves off, right? So what I did is I took a tube of cloth and put my hand through it and made it twice as long as my arm, so that like I would put it through my arm, and then my fingertips, they would twist the end and then put the other part, like the dry, like how do I explain this? One tube, you wet one half of it, put my arm through the wet part, twist it so that my hand couldn't like come out, and then put the dry part over my arm, over the wet part again. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. But they basically like wrapped my arm in one big glove. Okay, good, you're following. Nice. But they basically did that with like my entire body. I think that started when I was 6 to 7-ish until I was 12. Yeah. Every single day. Of course, like we put like cream and ointments and all the steroid stuff underneath it. So I was wet throughout the entire night. Yeah, it was really gross. When I think about it, it's kind of gross, but it did help. So, you know, when you go through that kind of thing as a kid, it's kind of hard to not think about it. Because it's just like in the mind all the time. Not cold. Oh, it's always cold. It's freezing. I would put the water like... I mean, at some point I started having to do it myself, and my mom and my nanny wouldn't help me. Because they were like, you're old enough to do it yourself. Just discipline and all that. So I think when I was about... I think I was 10 at the time. I would put the tube of cloth, the wet part of it, I would put it under hot water so that when I slipped my arm through it, it wouldn't be as cold, but it would still like hurt because it's wet. I mean, if you think about it this way, right? Like, if you ever have a paper cut and you get that wet, or you put like lemon juice on said paper cut, it stings like a bitch, right? And you know, having it just in that one little area isn't so bad. But you imagine having it from head to toe, like, it is very painful. So I experienced that every day from the age of about 5 to 12. And then again from... How old was I? Like, just early 20s. I actually don't remember. Was it 20? Like 20? I think I was just 20 or so. And then from ages 9 to 12, just blood tests every week. Dermatologist appointments every Tuesday and Friday. Like, yeah. And alongside all of this, like, you would think that would take up a lot of time. I still had to go to classes like figure skating. I went to Wing Chun classes. I went to take badminton. Piano classes. I had violin stuff. My grandpa taught me the guitar. I was drawing, went to art classes, had Mandarin classes. Wait, I think I did gymnastics when I was like 5 or so. Yeah. Oh, my dad taught me how to play basketball at some point. I don't remember when that was though. I learned how to play table tennis. Like, I don't know. I think I did a lot of stuff. Oh, I learned how to ride a horse. I know how to ride a horse. But yeah, I have a really high pain tolerance. I have a really high pain tolerance. I'm actually really glad that I was able to learn so much despite all the health shit that was going on. Like, I traveled to so many places growing up. Like, I went all around Japan. I went to the Philippines. I went to Indonesia. I went to Bali, Thailand. Went to Korea. Like, I traveled a shit ton all around Asia. Despite all of that shit, you know? Like, my mom, she would pack spare bed sheets and stuff so we wouldn't ruin the hotel bed sheets. We would pack all of the little tubes of cloth to keep me wet overnight in a suitcase. Like, all the medications that the security would look through, be like, why? So, you know, like, I tried not to... I think my parents did a really good job of trying not to let it hinder me very much. They were very positive throughout all of it. I know at one point that, like, there's a breaking point for everybody, right? And these treatments are not cheap. So they had to work really hard just so that I wouldn't fall apart. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm really glad that I pushed through it. I really wouldn't have been able to do it without him, you know? I'm trying to think of like, man, if I was born in a different family, in a different time, in a different place, like, damn, I'd cry. So I'm really grateful for my parents. You know, going through all of that shit together, like, starting from when I was so young, I think that's why we're so close. I think you can tell with the way that I speak to my parents and stuff when they come on stream randomly like they did the other day. You can tell. You can tell. We're very, very close. We have seen sides of each other that we wish we never saw. But, I don't know. That makes us closer, I guess. I have really nice parents. Yeah, so when I told them I wanted to go into healthcare, they were like, are you sure you're not gonna get triggered? Are you gonna be okay? And I was like, yeah, I'm probably gonna be okay. I just don't want to look at anything skin related because I have to look at that plenty on my own. Yeah, it was a smart decision. Yeah, they care. They care a lot. I wouldn't trade my parents for anything. I mean, despite all of that shit, you know, I actually think I had a pretty nice childhood. I like to think that I have a nice childhood. Like, yeah, I got to do a lot of things, learned a lot of things. I went to a nice school. Well, the building was nice. The people in it weren't, but the building was nice. And, you know, I had a nice family that understood, that wouldn't judge me for stuff. Like, yeah. I love how I was like, let me think about that for a second. Was the school nice? Was it really? Yo, okay. This is one of like the funny things about Hong Kong, I think. Or at least my school in particular. Also, I'm gonna pour more shots. I don't know. How many have I had? Hold on. I don't know if you can hear the glass, but I finished a bottle at this point. I've like been slowly sipping a few too, so. I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna eat my chocolate bun. I do have water, I do. Yo, I'd say my childhood days were like the most blurry in my memories. They're very blurry. I remember lots of the treatments I had to do, because those are the kind of memories you cannot forget. Bathing in bugs is something I will never forget. Bathing in some weird purple-looking liquid that looks like it should belong in a witch's cauldron. Also could never forget. Like, there's just some things that are very questionable. Oh, I can drink a lot of alcohol. See, I worry about my health sometimes, but when it comes to like having fun and stuff, I won't restrict myself too bad. Oh my god, did you hear? Did you hear my parents outside the door? My dad was like, get a chocolate. Wow, hello, Paul. Which means I forgot my phone downstairs, wifey. Or like, I think he said downstairs, but yeah. Starting to get a little bit of a buzz. I would hope so. It's been a while. It's been about an hour and a half. 2 hours and a half? Yeah. Oh yeah, my cough is gone. I'm gonna have some water. Yo, this chocolate's pretty good. It's not as sweet as I thought it'd be, though. Oh yeah, but the thing I wanted to talk about. The school thing. So in Hong Kong, the school that I went to, it was a really nice school. It was really big. Had lots of floors. It was on a mountain. Like many schools are in Hong Kong. I don't know why. It was on a freaking mountain of all places. Oh. Hi, Mom. I'm okay. But I'm not high. Oh. 有啊。你點啊？哦。做咩啊？ You want a bite? Okay. 找他。I'm okay. she was like, your PC is gonna break soon because it's so hot in your room. Yeah, I don't know. You couldn't see, but she looked over the monitor, saw the alcohol, and just gave me a look like. I don't know if you can hear it, but the portable air conditioner, aircon thing is like blowing right in my face because she turned it on. I don't know if you can hear it because it's loud, but yeah, I'm just. Oh, mom, because she knows if I get really hot, like getting sweaty equals getting itchy. So you don't hear it? Okay, as long as it's not bothersome. Yeah. Okay, I keep getting cut off by this stuff. Okay, I want to tell you the story. Nice impression sanitizer. Nice. That's what I like to hear. So, where do I start this story? It's something that I didn't. This is something I didn't realize until I was out of Hong Kong. I only realized it once I moved to Canada. The schooling is just so different. Okay, I'm gonna name the biggest difference. I'm gonna make a list. Okay, make a list of things that were different. So, in Hong Kong, when I was in secondary school, I had to wear a uniform. The classes that I took were very different. Like, I had to learn. I had a food tech class, which is just basically cooking and food chemistry. I had a woodshop class. I had textiles, which meant that I could design. Like, I learned how to design bags and clothing. So I can actually like sew and fix buttons, and if you rip your shirt, I can probably fix it and make it look like it was on purpose. I made a bag. What else did I take? I don't know, these were just like life stuff. And obviously we had the language classes, math, stuff like that. And funny thing, I say maths when I talk about when I studied in Hong Kong. Like, if I'm talking about my schooling there, I will say English, maths, Chinese, like so on and so forth. If I talk about school in Canada and I'm talking about math, I won't make it plural. I'll just say math because that's how everyone says it here. I don't know why. I made the English hard. But anyway, the teachers were fairly racist. I have to point that out. Like, a lot of them had this mentality still, I think, that like Hong Kong used to be owned by the British Empire, shit like that, you know, more politics stuff that I honestly do not want to get into. But they basically were just really mean towards every non-Caucasian person. Like, it was really, really annoying. The only person who wasn't was my Spanish teacher. God, she was so nice. I loved her. But isn't it weird? Like, in Hong Kong, I had to learn. Well, obviously there's English, because that's the school. Like, the school taught in English. But I learned Mandarin in school, despite living in Hong Kong. And I also had to learn either French or Spanish, and I chose Spanish because I thought it was cooler. And easier to pronounce, to be fully honest. Like, it's kind of strange. I was learning 3 languages at the same time. And then a 4th one at home. It was a lot for my brain now that I think about it. Yeah. But they were honestly just really mean. And, oh my god, this is such a funny thing. I made the biggest mistake. Oh, bless you, Dad. When I moved to Canada, oh my god. So, in Hong Kong, whenever I was late to class. Oh my god, Dad. Isn't the majority of people Asian? Yeah. But because the school that I went to was mostly, like, English-speaking people... a lot of the teachers that were at my school were like on contracts, I guess, to work there for a while. And so all the teachers' kids would also go to the school. A lot of them were actually white. Hong Kong is actually really nice. In terms of, like, I mean, now it's a lot better, I think. In terms of, like, the people that I come across. And the architecture is also just really cool. Oh, yeah, so story. This is, in Hong Kong, I was always taught, if I was late to class, I would come in, I have to apologize to the entire class for disrupting their learning, and I have to apologize to the teacher for being late and disrupting their teaching. I remember both me and my sister had to do this because we actually shared one class, which is actually kind of funny. We would walk in, and we both would be like, I apologize for my tardiness, and I'm sorry for disrupting the class. I promise that I won't ever do it again. And it was really embarrassing, but we had to do it. Like, if we didn't do it, the teacher would make us stand in front of the class and do it. Like, I'd rather just walk in through the door and be like, apologies for being late. You know, I would much prefer that over standing in front of the class and be like, you know, the teacher being like, so what do you have to say for yourself? You know? I would much prefer just to walk in and be like, quick, I am so sorry for being late and disrupting you. I would do it again. You know, I would much prefer that over standing in front of the class. So, the first time I was late to class in Canada, I come in, right? And I'm like, I'm so sorry, I'm late. And I felt so bad because I was like, I had perfect attendance up until that point. And then my teacher is just like looking at me so weird. She's just like, why are you... I'm like, was I not supposed to do that? And the whole class just looked at me funny. And I was like, what? So not I said I was sorry. I said I was sorry. Was there something else I was supposed to say? And my teacher just laughed at me like, no, you're fine. Just sit down. And I was like, oh, okay. And then after the class, my teacher brought me aside and was just like, did your school tell you to do that when you lived in Hong Kong before moving here? I was like, yeah. And she was like, you don't have to do that next time. It's okay. Just sit down. I felt so awkward, man. And that was the first time I was late. Big culture shock. Oh, so big. And I like wanted to clarify, so I was just like, so I don't have to apologize when I'm late? And she's like, no, not really. I was like, what the heck, man? Are you sure? And she's like, yeah, I'm sure. It's fine. Just, you know, walk in, sit down. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I'll just mark you as late and, you know, move by it. Just another day. And I was like, why are you so chill about this? If I was late in any other class, right? Usually, after, like, you know, in Hong Kong, I walk in, apologize, sit down. I would still get pulled aside, and my teacher would give me a lecture like, don't be late again, you're disrupting everybody. In the future, if you're, like, late, you're just gonna end up working at McDonald's for the rest of your life. You know, we get, like, threats like that. And so, you know, to be told, like, oh, it's okay if you're late, just, like, sit down, it's fine. I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck, man? And then here's another thing. I had drama class in high school. There was one time, this didn't happen to me, but there was one time I saw one of my friends getting a scolding from the drama teacher for being, like, handing in something really, really late just because they were being lazy and stuff. And I was just like, ha, seriously, right? Honestly, that person wasn't really a friend, but a classmate, let's say. And they were like, I'm pretty sure they were an immigrant of some sort, like ESL maybe. I honestly don't remember. But I think they had the same upbringing as me, where it's like in Asia, looking people in the eye, especially if like you look your teacher in the eye, for example, it's kind of like you're defying them. It's a sign that you're not listening. I mean, you're listening, but you're trying to defy them. So I actually grew up being like, if I ever got scolded by a teacher, I wouldn't look them in the eye. But I saw my drama teacher, she'd be like, look me in the eye when I'm talking to you. And I was just like, what? And my friend, classmate, person thing was just like, I think like she had this moment of like, look you in the eye? Like you want me to fight you? And she literally asked like the drama teacher of ours, like, I was told that was really rude. I don't think I should do that. And like she's like, I know I'm already in trouble. I don't think I should look you in the eye. And then the conversation just switched over from being like, never handed things late again. Why were you doing that? To like, no. In Canada, it's polite to look someone in the eye. If you don't look me in the eye, I'm gonna think that you're being rude. And I'm like, what? I mean, at the time, I was only like 13 or so. Finding this out, I was just like, damn. So I'm not supposed to stare at the ground. And my teacher, I actually, like, I remember standing on the side just waiting for this classmate because we had the next class together and we would usually walk from one to the other together. So I was like, huh. You learn something new every day. And like, my drama teacher knew that I was from Hong Kong and I hadn't been here for very long. She looked at me and was just like, is this something you learned too? Were you taught not to look your teachers or like, you know, superiors in the eye? Is that considered rude for you guys? And I was like, yeah, pretty much. And she was like, well, now that you're in Canada, know that if you don't look people in the eye when they're talking to you, it's rude. And I was like, okay. And then me and my friend, we left and we're just like, damn, that felt really weird. Because we're just being taught like the opposite things now, right? Like when you walk into class, don't apologize and just sit. And if you're late, just like let it be. When back in Hong Kong, it was like such a big deal that you were late. And you know, if you look people in the eye, it's rude. And now looking people in the eye is polite. Like, it's the exact opposite. It was so freaking weird. So weird. I'm so used to just staring at the ground, like admiring my shoes when I'm getting scolded. It's so freaking weird. I'm not gonna lie, I still struggle with it because it's something that I was raised with, you know? You know, another culture shock I had? Oh my god. So many, man. So many. Cozy! Hi, Cozy! I love you. I miss you. I hope you had a nice drawing time. Hi! Hello! Thank you for the raid. Wait. Let me... I have no hands for this. Hold on. I'm gonna pour myself a shot. Goodbye! I'm drinking. I hope you had a nice stream. Hello, I am Kawa Entertainment's Gen 2. This is Martha Hillman, Angelin Trending. Pali glad who speaks 5 languages. Mino Mieko. Kamimie. Hi. First try, let's go. I'm not tipsy. I'm just happy. You know what? Remember earlier today, when we were talking about what kind of Mia you would get tonight? I think we're heading towards the giggly one. Yeah. How do you say cheers in Hong Kong? Yum bui. Like Y-U-M. Yum. Yum. Like yummy. Yum. And then bui. Like B-U-I. Bui. I think literally it just means drink cup. Yum is drink and then bui is cup. So you just drink from your cup, I guess. Yeah, I think. I'm not wasted, Cassie. I promise. I just get giggly. Yeah, yamboy. It's the same as like kanpai or gombe or yeah, I don't know what others. What am I drinking? Soju. So I'm pretty much done with the peach one now. I'm gonna open the green grape one. Yeah. I'm also eating a Japanese cream bun that's got chocolate cream in it. Yeah, Monpeka! Yeah, boy! We're talking about culture shocks right now, for at least the culture shock that I had. Yeah. Yo, okay, Cassie, green grape soju tastes like juice. Okay, it tastes like freaking juice of all things. So, for the sweet drinks, alright? Unless you hate the sweet drinks. Yeah. Ooh, yum. Boy! Okay, yeah. So, I'll catch you guys up on the stream so far. We were talking about me and uni and all the shit that I had to go through. My health stuff, because a little bit more detail this time, I think. And, now we're talking about culture shock stuff. Yeah. The things that I thought were really weird coming from Hong Kong and moving to Canada. Are you gonna call anyone to stream? Nah, I don't think so. Because I didn't tell anybody that I was gonna do a stream like this. I also just don't want to bother anyone this late. Ooh, burped. I also just want to like focus on chat. You know what I mean? Just one of those nights where I just want to read. So, okay, this is another funny story. I don't know if I told you guys this one already, but I think it was too embarrassing. But now that I'm a little bit more loose-lipped, I'll tell it. I'll tell the story. Good night to relax and hang out. Yeah. It feels like one of just those good nights, you know? So, I can't stop laughing about it when I think about it, because I remember being so panicky in the moment. So in Hong Kong, I like, even as a 12-year-old, the way that school worked for us is very different from how school works over here. So primary school is from year 1 to 6. You're about, give or take 4 or 5, and you finish primary school when you're about 10, 11, or maybe 11, 12. I don't really remember. Secondary school is year 7 to year 13. Year 7 is like you're about, I remember being 10 or 11 years old at the time. Year 13 is basically senior year of high school. It's equivalent. So like in Hong Kong, we have year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to 13. At least in Canada, over here, we have grade 1 to 12. So you kind of just subtract 1 from a year to make it the equivalent of whatever it is in North America or Canada. And continents are hard. So if I say, for example, like year 8 or year 7, that basically means grade 7 or grade 6. Does that make sense? Or if it's like, if I say year 13, that's basically grade 12 or senior year of high school. Yeah, I hope that makes a little bit more sense in the conversions here. So when I was in Hong Kong, I left when I just finished year 8. Coming to Canada, I had to go into grade 8. And I was like, am I repeating the year? But no, I wasn't. They were just putting me in the age group that, you know, with the people who were born in the same year as me, we were just put in the same age group. That's literally all it is. And they told me that I could have skipped a year or skipped a grade, but my maths was just too bad. Apparently my English and science and everything else was just off the charts. I could have definitely skipped, but math is what held me back. Maths! Of all things. Bane of my existence. Not the maths. American 12? Oh. Okay. I didn't know that. Of course it was math, right? Exactly. Of all things, it just had to be that. So, like, I was really good at holding conversations, and like, the thing is, when I went to the immigration center, they were surprised I had a British accent for one thing. The other was that apparently I sounded too old for my age. So, right, I need to tell this really freaking story. Okay, so the reason why I told you about these conversion things, right, is primary school is year 1 to year 6, right? Secondary school is year 7 to year 13. So the habits I had in school when I moved to Canada was already that of a high schooler. In year 7 in Hong Kong, which is grade 6 in America, or North America, is I had a card, a student card, which also doubled as an octopus card, or patatong, which is like a cash card, basically. I used it and I tapped it every morning to be like, I'm in school today, I registered, so that way the teachers don't have to take the register every single morning or every class to make sure you were attending, is because we had our student passes and we just like tapped it on this sensor thingy and it registered us as present. So that was like my habit. It's just I walk into the school, tap on the registration thing, and then just go about my day to get to my classes. I would put my bag in my locker, take out the books I needed for my class, and then go to class and just sit there and wait until the teacher comes. So like that's basically the start of the day. And I think that's very much like a high school / secondary school habit, where you just walk into the school and, you know, dump your things down, prepare for class, and sit in class and wait. And talk to your friends while you wait. So my first day of school in Canada, I did that exact same thing, where I just walked into the school, put down my stuff in my locker, and I, you know, I went to find my class. Like, I took my stuff out, went to find my class. No one was there. The school was empty. I knew there were people outside in the playground or like on the tarmac, just like chilling. And I was like, why are people not coming inside the school? Everyone was just outside waiting. There was no one in the halls. It was empty. Everything was echoey. No sounds, nothing. And I'm like walking around just like trying to find a teacher to tell me like, what do I do? And my homeroom teacher, he found me. And I was like, what are you doing in the school? You're not meant to be here. And I was like, what do you mean I'm not meant to be here? I'm at school. Am I not meant to be inside what? Why am I not allowed to be inside the school? And it turns out every morning in middle school, you have to line up outside with everybody in the playground or the tarmacs area. And kind of like you go in single file, like to the classrooms, and I was like, what? I have to line up outside? And my teacher was like, yeah, outside. Like, what? Even in the winter, yes, you have to wait outside until it hits, like, I think for me it was 8:20 or 8:25 or something like that. But I had to wait outside. And I was so confused. I was so fucking confused. You never had to do that? Because you're telling me in middle school, before high school, you just go in the school, you dump your stuff down and wait in the classroom, right? Is that what you did? Because if that's what you did, that's not what I did. I had to wait outside. So I'm like, my teacher made me go outside. And all of the people that I met on the first, not the first day, but like, I guess when we found out what classes we were going to, I waited outside because I got kicked out. I saw like a familiar face and was like, hi. And they looked at me and was like, where's your bag? I'm like, oh, I kind of I put it inside the school, and she was like, "You went inside? You're not meant to go inside." And I was like, "Yeah, I was told that. They kicked me out." And then she started laughing at me, and I was just like, "Yeah, I figured." You went in a big blob? Usually in like cold weather, not cold weather, in the rain, we were allowed to just walk in, but if it was like a sunny day or if it was just snowing, we had to wait outside. Elementary school, high school? Yeah, we had elementary and middle school and high school here. Like, the thing is, even in middle school, we had to do that. Like, I was in grade 8. It was the year before high school. Not just first day of school thing. No, it was an everyday thing. So the reason why they did that, I think, is because they wanted us to line up outside. And then we were pulled in one by our teachers. So that the hallways didn't get too crowded. Especially in the winter, because everyone has these thick snow jackets and boots. Like, I guess it makes sense to avoid all the traffic. So, when we put our stuff down in the lockers and everything, there's usually like an announcement. I guess whoever is inside first could just like sit and chill and wait. But, for the people who came in last, we had to like keep standing. Like, how do I put this in a better way? We walked inside in single file, put our stuff down in our lockers, jackets and all. Go into the classroom. If we're the last class, then, you know, we stay standing because the national anthem gets played. If not, we like sit and chill and talk to our friends. And then we stand when the announcement goes and it's like, "Please stand for the playing of the national anthem." And then you stand up and you just have to stand and wait as it goes like, "Oh, Canada." You know? Oh, I didn't know the tower was in Germany, huh? Really? Yo, that's so lucky. Nah, man. That's not how we had it. Oh, we didn't have pledge. We had anthem. So, sometimes they played it in French, sometimes they played it in English, so I know how to sing both. That's the only French I know. Since elementary, wow. You don't do it in high school? Because we had to do it in high school too. So, like, that was enough of a culture shock, right? Going from walking in just, you know, and waiting to being made to line up outside. And I remember in high school when we were allowed to just do what I was used to, everyone was so fascinated. They were like, "Oh my god, there's a cafeteria! Oh my god, we get to pay for our own food! Every single class is in a different classroom! We have to walk to different classes! Oh my god!" I was just like, bro, I've been through all of this. I'm just going through it again. Because in Hong Kong, primary to secondary, we don't have middle school. We just straight to high school, basically. So, when I was 10 years old, I already had to go to different classes for each of my classes. I had to buy food at the cafeteria. I had to change into like different outfits in a changing room and stuff, you know, all of that. Like, had my own locker where it was really big and not just like the half-sized lockers, like they were the big ones. Like, I was just so used to that for 2 years, because in year 7 and 8, I was already doing all of that. And the courses I took were very much things that you would not take in middle school or honestly something even in high school. Like cooking classes, the textile stuff, so making clothes. I think some of the maths classes I had. Very specific English classes. Some of the computer stuff, like IT things. Like, I was already taking those when I was in Hong Kong, at the ages of like 10, 11. So, I felt like I was downgraded when I came to Canada for the first year. I was told, you have to start packing lunches. You're gonna have a recess. You're gonna have lunch breaks. You're gonna have a snack and a break and you have to pack lunch. You have to pack freaking lunch. And I was just like, what? And then I was told, yeah, every class is gonna be in the same classroom. You're gonna have class with the same people every single day. I was just like, what? No! No! And even my mom was just like, I have to pack lunch for you? What are we gonna do? she was like, oh fuck. You started that in middle school? Lucky. We didn't. Math isn't... I actually found that Hong Kong math was definitely harder than North America math. But I think it was the... I just think I hadn't studied for a while before going to the immigration center. My mom took me there, not telling me why the fuck we were going there. She just told me like, oh yeah, this is like for school stuff. Don't worry about it. We're just signing you up. And I was like, okay. And then they, one of the people there brought me into a room and was just like, you have to write just a little paragraph about all the things you like and, you know, all some of your skills or like what you enjoyed doing last year in the summer of like over summer break or whatever. And I was just like, okay, that's kind of weird, but okay, I can do that. So I talked about like in this essay thing, I wrote about how I loved learning about horse riding, about some of the dissection stuff I used to do. I squished a cow lung and its alveoli. Yeah, it was quite interesting. Like I just talked about all of that stuff, and then they were like, huh. And then they gave me another piece of paper and was just like, okay, just solve anything you can on this piece of paper. And I was like, okay. It was a bunch of fractions, like division, multiplication of fractions, and percentages, things like that. I hadn't done it in a while though, so I kind of mixed up division and multiplication of the fractions. Like I forgot which one you cross over and which one you just go straight across. I legitimately, I forgot. I forgot. They gave me some kind of science thing as well. And then the person who kept giving me these papers, she just sat down in front of me and was like, do you mind if I like interrupt you or your test just for a bit? I was just like, oh yeah, what's up? I'm sorry. Like, what's happening? And she's just like, oh, I just wanted to have like a talk with you and stuff because, you know, there's just, I want to get to know you. And I was just like, oh, okay. 12-year-old me was very, very innocent. And she just asked me like, oh yeah, where are you from? Like, you know, oh, your English is actually really good. Like, is it your first language? Things like that. I hadn't realized that it was a fucking interview. Because I was just in the middle of answering my fractions things, and this woman comes down like, oh yeah, I'm gonna interrupt you for a bit here. I'm like, what? Which is why I didn't think it was like an actual test. Like, who interrupts somebody in the middle of a test? And I think she did that on purpose. Do that on purpose. And now that I think about it, there was a big window. There's a really big window on the side. They must have been spying on me. Hey, wish I knew. Why did I not think that soon? Ugh, 12-year-old me. The nice lady just wanted to chat. Mm-hmm. Right, of course. Because that's all that it was. Just a quick chat, right? Just a quick chat. Just a quick chat. Of course it was just a quick chat. Sure. Sure. Quick chat my ass. They do that for 5-year-olds? Wow. You're telling me I was interviewed like a 5-year-old. I was 12. I was fucking 12. Jesus. You know, I asked my mom about it a lot later. I was maybe 16 when I asked her about it. And she was like, well, if I had told you back then it was an interview, you would have panicked. And I was like, what do you mean? No, I wouldn't have. And she was like, are you sure about that? I was like, yeah, I wouldn't have panicked. Why didn't you tell me it was an interview and like a diagnostic test? Because then I could study better for it. Because she didn't tell me about it. She just let me in, man. She didn't let me study for this diagnostic test. I would have definitely studied my maths better. But, no. Well, I mean, I guess they were trying to put me in the public system, so they had to test me. But my god! Like, what the heck? It was a game of 20 questions, basically. It was like... I think she just wanted me to not be nervous about it when I was going in, so... so that's why she didn't tell me. But I'm still frustrated she didn't tell me. I'm going to hold that against her forever, I swear to God. It's such a weird culture shock thing, I guess. Like, lots of things were very different. And I still find some things really different. Like, people here don't wear uniforms. It's so strange. So freaking strange. But to be honest, I actually prefer the Canadian system to the Hong Kong system. That I had to go through the ESF thing. Because... over here, the way that they did finals in grade 12, senior year, so different. So, in Hong Kong, we had GCSEs. I guess they're similar to SATs, if you're from America. In Canada, we had none of those. And I think that's so freaking weird. Like, what? I was so prepared to do IB and GCSEs. I was like, no, we don't have that here. Like, what the... why? Do HK schools have strict hair and makeup limitations besides uniforms? Yes. So you weren't allowed to dye your hair a very unnatural color. I know one of my friends dyed their hair pink and had to like dye it back the next day because the school regulations didn't allow for it. Hair length didn't really matter. Like how we did our hair did not really matter. Could have short, long hair, just really did not matter. No, you says the fashion expert. I loved having a uniform because I didn't have to think about what to wear. You just wear the same thing over and over again. So, I think the systems are just different because we didn't have to worry about GCSEs and IBs here. Like you can apply for IB over here too, but you don't have to. Oh, Anna! Anna! I love you, Anna. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hi. Hello, Alex. Hi, Sato. Hello, X. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hi. I hope you had a nice stream. Oh, wait. Nom, nom, nom. Mite, miyo. Hello, I am Kawa Entertainment's Gen 2 of this is Immortal Human, Angel in Training, Polyglot Speaks 5 Languages, Mino Mieko. Please call me Mie. How many times have I said that to stream? 3? 4? 4? It was Ezra. And then Cozy. And now Anna. 3. Smooth, let's go. Third time's a charm. Thank you, Anna, for the raid. Again, I hope you had a nice stream. Thank you for coming. I hope that your stream was comfy. Spooky game. Oh yeah. Please go rest. Oh my god, Anna. I know how we both are with horror things. Take it easy, Anna. Stretch time. Oh yeah. So for those people coming in, we were talking about culture shock thingies with the education systems of all things. But before that, we were just talking about every kind of culture shock for me between Hong Kong and Canada. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I don't know if you guys know about this, but in Canada, while we do have IB, we don't have to do it. It's not mandatory. In Hong Kong, we were basically forced to prepare for GCSEs, so I was doing my mock GCSEs. Oh god. Oops. Shot glasses. Yeah, I was preparing for my GCSEs in Hong Kong, so doing mock GCSEs basically. And then I come to Canada and I found out that we didn't have to do any of that. I was told, instead of doing this one really big exam, like an SAT, all we had to do was our finals every year. So the way my school did it, and basically everyone in the province, I suppose, our grade 11 finals, anything in the first and second semester, just 8 courses, all the final grades would be sent out to universities. That's basically how we applied for stuff. Like, those were the grades that we would apply with. And in our senior year, the first semester midterms are one of the scariest times because you do your midterms and then right after that is when you have to apply for university. So your grade 12 midterms and your grade 11 finals are what gets sent to unis when you apply. Obviously we have finals in January and some applications end in, I think, February or March. Yeah, February or March if I remember correctly. So then the grade 12 first semester finals for me got sent to universities. And that's basically all it's based off. Your acceptance to university is based off your junior year or grade 11 marks and then the first half of your senior year. And then around midterms in the second semester, like the final semester of high school, basically, the midterm marks are really important because you want to keep up your averages. And then right after midterms is basically when all the acceptance letters or, rejection letters get sent out. So when people get their acceptances, they're like, we don't have to worry about school anymore. So they just kind of try and keep up their grades until the last finals. Some people try and aim for like the 90s at midterms, like a final grade of 90 something for their midterms. That way they can just flunk the final and end with a mark that is just above their conditional for being accepted into uni. So like some universities will be like, oh, you have to have a grade of like 80%, 90% in certain courses to keep your acceptance into this program. So as long as your final grade is above that percentage, you're good. So let's say, like, I remember one of my friends had like a 95% in, I think it was English. All she needed to get into her program or to keep her acceptance was a 75%. So she was like, fuck this. And she stopped coming to English classes basically the entire semester. And she ended with a 78. Because she did so well within the first half that she just didn't have to care about the second half. Like, that is some pre-planned shit. I could never do that. It was so scary. It was so scary. Yeah. Very calculated, yeah. But see, we didn't have that, like, big exam that we had to prepare for, like an SAT. All of our acceptances into university basically just relied on final marks in just any course that you take, as long as it's like a prerequisite into the program that you're applying into. So that was just, I don't know, it was really weird. And the timing of things just happened to work out that way with when people get their acceptance letters and all of that. Which is so different from how it would have been if I still lived in Hong Kong. I guess it's a good thing for me though, because I didn't have to stress over the one big exam. Yeah. Unlike some other people in the world. Yo, so I feel like the only reason why I've been able to compare these two things so much is because of the one time I went to Europe. Literally the one trip I took to Europe is the reason why I can compare Asian and American, or at least Canadian school systems so well. Is literally because I went to Europe of all places. Like, it's just right in between the two continents, and I guess maybe that's why I can. I don't know. It's just really strange. There was this one time I went to wait, no, I need to backtrack. I went to London. Was it London? Or was it something Ashton starts with an A and ends with an N. I don't know. Is there any place in Europe, particularly in England or the UK, that starts with an A and ends with an N? I can't think. But basically, I went to this place, and my grandpa had a big thing with his alma mater. Is that how you pronounce it? That morning that he was awarded some big PhD looking thing, I thought we were gonna have lunch before his ceremony stuff, so like, you know, I got ready and everything, and I looked pretty that day. But like I looked great. And then my aunt was like, "Oh yeah, we're going for lunch now." And I was like, "Okay." So me, my cousins, and my family, my grandparents, we all go for lunch. And you know, we're in the taxi, like, "Oh yeah, what are we having for lunch?" And my aunt was like, "We're having a buffet." And I was like, "Oh nice, where?" And my aunt was like, "Oh, it's at the university." And I'm like, "Oh okay, so I guess we're just gonna be in the vicinity and then go for his ceremony." Like, that's what I thought. And my aunt was like, yeah. I was like, okay. So we arrive at the university, and my grandpa leads us somewhere, and I was like, where are we going? And turns out we were being led into this big courtyard. It was the kind of place where, you know, people served fancy champagne in glasses, and you stood around really high tables that kind of go up to your chest and are really uncomfortable, but you have to stand there and drink with other people and socialize. It was one of those. So me and my cousins, they were at the time, I think only 8 or so. We sat on a couch. One of the first ones to arrive, I think. It was pretty empty. And then some people start coming by. And my grandpa, you know, we were at the uni for him, so he started shaking everybody's hands, and I was just like, oh, okay. And my mom, she was like, you gotta be on your best behavior. You're very polite. And I was like, okay. So she, like, you know, kind of nudged my back to make me stand and give the interview handshake with every person that my grandpa also shook hands with. And I remember the very first guy, because he left a very big impression. My grandpa shook his hand, and he introduced himself, and then I was standing right next to him, and he goes like, "This is my granddaughter, Mie. She's gonna be going to this university." And I was like, "Oh, what?" and then the dude that he shook hands with shook my hand, and I introduced myself. You know, I was like, "Hi, I'm his granddaughter, Mino Mieko." And this dude goes like, "Nice to meet you. I'm the dean of the engineering faculty at this university." I'm like, what? Of all things, of all the people that I had to interact with first, it was this guy. This big shot of a dude. Like, I hadn't even talked to my own professors of the university that I was about to attend. Like, why in the fuck? Of all things, it had to be him. It had to be this big dude who probably earned a shit ton of money and was very powerful in the university. Like, bruh, nah, man, nah. So I was like kind of panicky, and he was like, "Oh, I know that university." And he's like, "That's a very nice university." I was like, "Yeah, thank you." And he was like, I hope you enjoy your time there. I hope you learn a lot. If you ever get the chance, please consider doing a study abroad at our university. And I was like, me? I just got a free pass? But I'm like, I don't study engineering. He's like, oh, it's alright. I'll talk to the other faculty deans for you. And I was like, oh, banana. And, you know, my mom, she was like, she's kind of trying to prepare me for this. Like, everyone there is probably gonna be like really snobby. I was like, are you sure about that? You know, what if they're nice people? Because I like to think that people are nice. And she was like, Mie, these are British university professors. They're gonna be very prideful. And I was like, oh, okay. I didn't expect it to be the way that it was. Like, they kept boasting, I suppose. Heritage images. It is, yeah. It is. I was just like, Grandpa, why? Grandpa, why? And I found it so strange that he introduced me first. Because, okay, the way that we stood, when people came in to like say hi to my grandpa, because they recognized him and stuff, it was my grandpa, like imagine like a square. In the top right corner, we have my grandpa. Next to him on his, like in the middle of like top middle was my grandma. Top left was my aunt. On the left was my mom. Bottom left is cousin number 1. Bottom middle is cousin number 2. And then bottom right is me. And then on the right, that's when that's the place where all the professors or important people would come up to my grandpa, because he's basically right in front of me. And he would, I thought what he would do is like gesture to us in a circle, you know, go from him to grandma, aunt, mom, cousins, and then me. That's how I thought it would go. But no, he decided to go me, and then grandma, and then aunt, and then cousins, and then mom, because she was at the farthest away. I was just like, why? Why me? I wasn't anyone important. But then we had the buffet thing, and I was like, oh, we met all these people in the courtyard. We can probably leave now. But no, we were led into this big room with names like on the table, where I was sat between 2 professors. Actually, no, one was the dean, and then one on my left was a professor. And my entire family got to sit together. Was it fair? I was alone. I was alone. Yeah, so I was kind of bombarded by questions from these 2 professors. Well, the one on my right, the dean of whatever faculty, I don't remember. He kept asking me like, I've traveled to Hong Kong and to Canada before, and I've been to the university that you're going to. And he just kept asking me about the differences between like all the languages that I know. And I was, brain was like trying to process in British, and also trying to answer question in a way that didn't sound like I did not want to answer your question. Sounds to me like your grandpa's favorite. I do be, and I know that I am. I'm a very, very good grandchild. Yeah. Me and my grandpa are close. I think it's because I'm the most similar to him. Like, how do I put this? I'm into the same things that he is. Like, listening to the same music. We play the same instruments. We're into art. Calligraphy. He taught me that. So I know how. I have fancy handwriting. I don't know, I think we also have the same taste in food. Like you guys know, with all of my health problems and shit, I'm very picky with the food that I eat, just because I have to be. So my grandpa, he would cook things according to my taste, because he knew how badly I hated having to control myself at such a young age. So every Saturday, he asks me like, what kind of food do you want to eat? Or like, is this okay with you for this Saturday? Or like next week? I'm gonna make this kind of soup. Is that okay with you? And growing up, because we lived so close to each other, he would always make like... I mean, we live really close to each other now, but even in Hong Kong, we lived even closer, I think. So, I would go over to his place and I would like try different foods that he made. So, he also taught me the difference between like rare, medium, and like fully cooked steak. The different things you can put on lamb chops, things from like different ways of cooking from different parts of the world, despite it being the same thing, like beef and steak. So, my family, they like to joke that I have the golden tongue because whatever I eat, if I say it's good, it actually is good. If I say it's too salty, it is too salty, and everyone just agrees. Doesn't matter who else tries it. If I say that I think it's not great, they're gonna do something about it. It's really just because my grandpa tried to cater to me so much. Because I'm the only one out of all my cousins, like all of his grandchildren, I'm the only one who has this kind of issue with food. So, like, he just made sure that I could eat good food. Oh, thank you for becoming a Tenji Seppu. So like, I remember, the different kinds of steak that we had. It was... He would buy a ton, right? And then cook it in different ways. And he'd make me look at it. And he would quiz me like, okay, Mie, I made this kind of steak for you. Eat it and tell me which part of the steak it is. And I'd be like, okay, I can probably do that. And we kept doing that every week until I was able to get it right. So now whenever I eat some meat, I'll know right away if it's pork, chicken, steak, lamb. I'll know if it's medium, rare, fully cooked, and all the other things in between. I'll know what it's been seasoned with. I'm very good at that now. Like all the different spices that my grandpa used, or that I had a, bias towards. I can definitely tell when one's used or not. I know what part of steak I'm eating just based on texture now. Like tenderloin, sirloin, things like that. T-bones. Yeah. I'm really good at that now. Which is kind of scary. It's kind of scary to think that I've had so much meat growing up in different forms that I can just tell. I think that's the reason why my grandpa loves me so much. I spent a lot of time with him, so... But the fact that the rest of the family, like my mom, my dad, aunts, uncles, grandma, they all just trust my mouth. My taste buds of all things. Like, okay. I have had a lot of meat in my time. A lot of meat. Because I can't have shellfish! If anything, I'd like to have some shellfish. But I can't, so... Huh. Sad. It's fine though. It's fine. Hold on, I'm gonna keep drinking. I don't know if you can hear it, but I'm pouring out 2 shots at a time. So that, like, I don't have to keep pouring multiple times. I'm having a good day. I think I'm in that, like... I think I just got past the sleepy phase. Yeah, I got past the sleepy phase. We haven't touched on anything romantic-y or, like, flirty, so I haven't reached that mode yet. I'm good. If anything, I'll be giggly if I ever think about funny stuff. But like, I haven't reached that yet. We're good. We're good. I just keep rambling. This is like cute, tiny baby me, just going on about random shit. That's the kind of mood I'm in. I've broken the seal. I haven't broken my seal yet. I haven't gone to the bathroom since I sat down. I went right before the stream. You're fun to listen to ramble? Really? I don't know, I talk about random shit. I haven't done what I wanted to do today. I just talked. I'm gonna have to rename the stream. Yeah. I think people who have seen me drunk before, or like kinda tipsy, would know if I'm feeling it. I'm not that drunk. I finished one bottle of the peach. Yeah, I finished that one, and then I have about not 2/3. I'd say like a little bit more than 2/3 left. Yeah, a little bit more than 2/3 left of the green grape soju left. How many drinks does it take for you to get drunk? About 3. The bottles. Yeah, it takes 3 bottles or so for me to get there. Tipsy me is when I finish 2 bottles of soju. Yeah. So I'm getting there. But I'm not there yet. I'm getting there. What? What do you mean, OMG? I have a lot of power and strength and determination within my 148 centimeter, 100 and I think 10-pound being. I think I'm 50 kilograms now because of the muscle mass. Very powerful, very tough. I am. I am very powerful, very strong, very determined. I'm glad you like my story time. I wonder what other stories I have. Is there any stories you guys want to hear? Because I have a ton. I have a ton of stories. I've talked about the school shit, the health shit. What else have I talked about? What else have I talked about? I don't know. The stream kind of just went by in a blur. Let me drink some water. Yeah, I need some water. How many percentage? 15, I believe. I think it's different per what's the word? Different for each of the flavors. I know some flavors have more than the others. I think the peach one, I think it's lower. I think that one's only 13 or 14. The green grape one, I think, is 15. Yeah, I don't know. But they're not very big. They're not that big. They're like 360 milliliters, 360. Why don't I just look at the bottle? I'm dumb. I don't know. Stupid. I'm stupid. Hey, yeah. When you talk nonsense in keywords and nobody can talk smack about you. Oh, fuck yeah. That's ultimate power, dude. My favorite snack to drink with? Okay, hear me out, hear me out. This is really strange, but... truffle french fries. Bougie on a budget, am I right? Just take some french fries and put some truffle powder on it. Makes everything taste a little bit more expensive. No, I wasn't looking at the bottle. Yeah, I'm gonna find the truffle powder that I used. Hold on. I'll find the one that my family buys. Yeah, wait. I think I found. Is it this one? Okay, yeah. I found it on Amazon. It's only $30. And it lasts a very long time. Because you don't put a lot of these in. You just put like a small amount and it tastes... like... it tastes very fancy afterwards, so... it's this. This thing. This is what... This... Yep. It makes everything taste just a little bit more bougie. Secrets to bougie on a budget. It's only $30, but I swear it lasts a very long time. I think mine has lasted a year now, and we're only halfway through the bottle. And it's only halfway through because I dumped a fuck ton of it onto some chips earlier this year. Like, I just bought original Lay's, like, chips. And I dumped a bunch of it in a bag. And I shook it around. And, yeah, it's good. It's really good. Strange but cool. Yep, strange but cool. French fries are so fancy. Frozen French fries? Doesn't really matter. Just put some truffle... that truffle powder? Zest, whatever it is, just put some of that on chips, crisps, French fries. Put it on anything that's made of carbs, like pasta even. It is perfection. What's bougie? It's like rich things, expensive things. Yeah, fancy, bougie. Try it on chicken? Oh hell yeah! Honestly, you can put it on anything and it would taste great. Bougie on a budget. I'm always bougie on a budget. You gonna take notes now? Yeah, try it. It's actually really, really good. Oh, this is also like extra stuff, but you put cheddar cheese on fries, put some basil on it, and then the truffle. Oh yeah, that's the shit. Cereal? Okay, no. Like salty food. Carbonara is good though. Who's giving me hearts? It looks like it's coming out of the wall in the back. It's just a it's like right in between the... It's the perfect spot for it to come out. It's just coming out of the wall. You want it to come out of the bottle? One sec. I have to move things around. Can someone keep doing the heart thing? Otherwise I can't aim it. Is it here? Or is it here? Oh. Right there? About there. Yeah? Is that... No, wait, why did it shift? Oh, it's the curved monitor. Is it here? God damn, I don't know. This is how you know the world is kind of spinning. The world is kind of spinning. Have another shot. Ah, today's a good day. Yeah, I'm still drinking. I'll have some water though. Ugh. No, right before the stream, I don't think I talked about this yet. My mom, she saw me get the alcohol out of the fridge. And she was like, "So you're drinking tonight?" And I was like, "Yeah. Yeah, I'm drinking tonight." And she was like, "Oh, have fun." And I was like, "Yeah, thank you, thank you." And I spent quite a bit of time with her today. So my brain, it's kind of in that mode between English and Cantonese. Cause I talk to my mom in Cantonese a lot lately because I feel like I'm gonna lose it if I don't use it. So I've been talking to her in Cantonese a lot more. And she was like, "Remember the last time we went drinking with each other?" And I was like, "Oh wait, no, I don't really remember that. What happened?" Cause I don't drink very often. But when I do, it's either with friends or family. And she's like, "The last time we had like a really good drink together. And it was earlier this year." She started reminiscing about it. I'm just like, "Mom, what?" It was really brief because I had to come back to the stream thing. She saw me get out the alcohol and she was like, "Remember how you wouldn't stop speaking in Cantonese to me?" Because I usually mix it up with her, English and Cantonese. She's like, "Make sure you stick to English tonight." And because your stream is mostly in English. And I was like, no, don't worry about it. I got it. If I read in English, I'll probably speak English. And I'm so glad I was able to keep it up. Because for the longest time, I really was in like Canto mode. Right before the stream, I had to like switch channels in my brain to be like, English. Everything of doing Cantonese only or teaching, that'd be so cute. See, I would. I really would. But the majority of people in the stream chat don't understand it. So if you don't understand what I'm saying, what is the point of doing it? Like, I want you guys to be able to understand the shit that I'm saying. Because if you don't, then why would you... Why would you be here? I spaced out for a sec. A little bit. A little bit. We don't understand me gaming is what we're here for them. No! Okay, you know, by this point, with how long most of you have watched me, you would think that you would understand and could translate my gamer noises. You know, differentiate them between the "fuck yeah, I'm winning" kind of gamer noises versus the "oh no, panic, 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 will die" gamer noises. Right? You guys can distinguish them now, I think. It's been plenty of time. We've known each other for a long time, don't you think? Long enough, right? I do it every stream. You would think, listening to me every single week, you'd be able to tell the difference by now, no? Easily distinguish between Taskaru. No, not Taskaru. Not Taskaru. No, I am but a bean. I am but a small bean. It means nothing. I promise. Nothing. No, not an adorable cute bean. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, Mikey. Thank you. That makes me happy. If you know, you know. Critical hit. Critical hit. Oh wait. The buns. The buns. The buns. I'm not flirty. Oh my god, Mikey, stop it. Stop it. Don't forget the buns. Mie? What? What is it, Abebu? Why are you mieing me? Abebu. Bebu, 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 bebu. Ah. It's a good day. It's been a good day. Been a good day. But thank you, Cassie. You are too. You always are. Stop with all the hearts. I didn't even do anything. I've just been. Why is it when I'm silent, when I'm not doing shit, you guys talk more, but when I'm talking, the chat goes silent? I don't understand. Why you do this to me? What is that supposed to mean? Do you guys not want me to talk? I don't get it. わかんない。話したい？あれじゃないの方がいいかな。Good morning, Dad. I'm not killing you with cuteness, what? How many drinks I'm in now? Well, I just poured out 2 more shots. I'm at... I had 1 whole bottle, and I finished about half of the second bottle, so I'm close to tipsy, but I'm not quite there yet. The thing is, I didn't really eat much today, so I think I'm getting there a bit faster than I'd like to be. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning. But yeah, we've gone from the really hyper phase to the really like talkative phase to the giggly phase. Now I think we're hitting the flirty phase. I've been holding it back for a very long time. Yeah, It's a very gradual shift. Is it the flirty phase? Yeah, maybe. Just chug? No, no, no. You can't chug soju. You can't chug it. You cannot chug it. No, 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 no. No, no, no chugging, no chugging. You gotta sip it bit by bit. Or, you know, just take shots like me. Yeah, just take little shots. I've been alternating between drinking from the Nahida shot cup and the Alhaitham one. Not gonna lie, I've actually been drinking out of the Nahida one more than the Alhaitham one for some reason. Oi! No, it's not. It's not gonna be adorable. You can't make me. You can't make me. Just because I'm in the flirty phase doesn't mean I'm gonna flirt with everybody I see. That's different. There's no one actually physically next to me. See, I know my phases because I've gone out drinking with friends, right? So, like, they told me my phases, and usually by the second soju bottle, I'm in that zone to like hug people, just like lean on them and just smile at them, be like, I love you, you know? Like, it's usually that's my tipsy phase. That's my tipsy phase. Yeah. And I just like leaning on people. And yeah. There's other things that happen, but like yeah, I'm a really physical drunk. In the nice cuddly way, I guess. Like, you have to get me past talking a lot to like, how do I put this? Like, when I drink alcohol, I go through many phases. I think you can tell in the last drinking stream I did, but it goes from talking a shit ton, like I just kept going, like rambling and stuff, and then it goes to like deep thoughts, and then it goes to lots of giggliness, or just like a little bit of a like just more fun things, like funny things, I guess. And then once that high kind of dies, it's like, hi. Yeah, like that. So I'm kind of in that in between of the quiet funny and the flirty phase. I'm like in that transition mode, I guess. I don't know. I'm saying this all based off of what some IRL friends have told me. Who would you flirt with more in your flirty mode, Kiki or Cozy? That's a toughie. I think it depends on the mood I'm in. It depends on the mood you get me in before I reach this point. If you get me in like the unsay-so zone beforehand, like the stories I'm telling, the deep thoughts I'm having, if you get me into the unsay-so mode before I hit the flirty phase, it would be Kiki. If you get me into the like deep talks, philosophical things that are more say-so and just really thoughtful and more emotional, then in the flirty phase, I would do it more to Cozy. So it really depends. I assume it also depends on how comfortable you're with the people. Yeah. So like say, Marky, if I drank with you, I think, you know, we would have more of like the deep emotional talks over drinks. I mean, you wouldn't drink because you don't drink, but like if, just if, you know, I would probably get into more of like the deep personal emotional connection type talks with you, and then just sit there and be like, you know what, Marky, I appreciate your support and stuff, you know, being around for stuff. That's the direction I would get in during this phase, right? If it was with like, let's say, who's another friend that I've met? I honestly cannot think of it. Oh, Honey. Let's say Honey. right? Because me and Honey, we spent quite a bit of time together, also at AX, right? And you know what she's like. I think a lot of people know what she's like in person, especially because she doesn't really do the whole like she's kind of like me in a way where she doesn't really hide her face or whatever. She is the kind of person that I would talk about all the unsay-so things with. And when I get to the flirty phase, we're gonna go ham on the like Netflix and chill kind of jokes, you know? That's the kind of person I'd be. I like to match it to what the build-up is. Yo, Cassie, you and I have drank before together on a stream, and we drank together for like 4 hours. Do you remember that? Me and Cassie, okay, see, me and Cassie, I think we're kind of like how it would be between you and me, Marky, where it's like, we'll have the deep emotional talks, talk about all the crazy shit we've done. And once I've hit this flirty phase, I'll just talk about, man, Cassie, I appreciate the fuck out of you. It's like that. Yeah. So it really depends. Really depends. That's really, yeah, it really was. It was so good though. We talked about so much shit. I loved it. You sound like a fun drunk? Thank you. I think I'm a fun drunk. You got me in the like soft flirty mood. And then you go, thank you, Marky. I trust that you'd take me home safely and make sure that I'm like in my house and all that. I'm pretty fun right now. Am I? I don't know, I'm just sitting here. I'm just sitting. Oh, I should not do that. It is really fun. It is. I mean, we don't have to drink to get to this point in like conversations and stuff. Definitely not, no. But I think it's fun to talk about it. Eh. Okay, I drink water. You can tell what I'm drinking by which direction I look. This side is the water, this side is the soju. Thank you, Za. Thank you, thank you. Hello, Neon. Hello. Ah. Nama. I think I did a good job today on stream, right? I think I did well. I told my stories. Some were very deep. Some were not. Some were just weird. I don't know. It's a good stream. You learned a lot about me. Is there anything you're curious about that I haven't talked about with you before? Like, I know we've talked in Discord, but I guess, like, Q&A wise, I don't think I've done... Wait, actually, no, you're right. I don't think I've done a Q&A in a while. I probably should. And someone remind me to do that sometime, and then I can open my marshmallows for everyone. Technically, my marshmallows are just open all the time, so anyone can send me anything through it anytime. And I'm sure there's more stories. I definitely have quite a few. Oh, did I ever tell you guys about the time I went to Korea and I got an injection in my butt? Yeah, I think we're still in the funny phase. I take it back. Yeah, Marky, did you not know about the story? No? No, you guys don't know the story. Oh, hi, Kiddo. I didn't say up my butt. I said on my butt. Okay? I was only 8 years old. Okay? Okay? I'll tell you the story. I'll tell you the story. It's not that big of a deal, but it's actually kind of cool. So, and I guess this is more of an Asian thing. I don't know if people actually do it on this side of the world. We go on tour buses a lot. Like tour guides. So every time I went to Japan and I went to the Philippines and Thailand, like I was always with a tour guide and tour group. Yeah. And when I went to Korea, there were 2 tour guides, 1 female, 1 male. When I went to Korea, my fever was really, really bad. I had the flu. But they still let me go on the plane somehow, because my parents were able to get the fever to go down long enough that I could board the plane. So I was able to go to Korea. But one night, my fever spiked really fucking high. And we were in the hotel. It was around 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning. And my mom, she called the tour guides and was like, "We have a medical emergency for Mia. Can you get us an ambulance? Because her fever is really fucking high." And I was like, "Oh no." Because earlier that day, we had gone skiing. And I guess going skiing while we were outside in the snow, my fever actually went down. So I was awake and alive and having fun skiing. Only for it to just hit me full force that night where my fever went up to the 40s. And so at 4 a.m., maybe like 3:30, 4 a.m., an ambulance was called to the hotel where I was staying. And they strapped me in a gurney, put me in a Korean ambulance, and took me to a hospital. And I was like, "Ooh, I'm in a hospital. I'm in a Korean ambulance. Ooh." I was so delirious. And I was like, "How come the car isn't stopping? Why does the ambulance just keep going?" I was only 8, okay? I was really, really young. I was just a kid. And my mom, that was the day I found out that an ambulance could run red lights. Yep, that was the day I found out that an ambulance could just go straight through a traffic light. And I was like, "Oh my god, Mom, I want to drive an ambulance one day." Don't question why I remember that. I just do. So we got to the hospital. And when we got in, they did like the assessment stuff. And they gave me a Korean name because they had to file me into their system and couldn't use my English name nor my Chinese name. So what they did is they used my Chinese name in Hanja to turn it into a Korean name. So I can say officially in the Korean healthcare system, I have a Korean name. And at the time, I actually had no idea how to say it, but I knew how to write it. So I tried to make sure I wrote it down somewhere so that in the future I could remember it. And after learning Korean, I finally know why it's written the way it's written. But yeah, I have an official Korean name because I went to the hospital. Anyway, so about the injection. After the assessment stuff, they lied me down, and I was just like, "What the heck is going on? Why am I on my tummy? On this really hard plastic bed?" And then my mom starts pulling my pants down, and I'm just like, "What? No, mommy, no! No, I don't want, why are you pulling my pants down?" And the reason why I was freaking out is because the male tour guide was still in the room because he was translating. So the female tour guide came by to the bed to stop me from flailing around. And she translated what the doctor was saying. And was like... the doctor said to, like, force her arms and her legs down so she doesn't kick when the doctor gives her the injection. And I understood what she said, and I'm just like, "What? Injection?" So of course when I heard that I was gonna get an injection, I started flailing even more. Like, "No, I don't want it, I don't want it." But my mom was like, "It's for your own good." So she continues to pull my pants down and expose my butt. The other tour guide obviously was like let out of the room at that point. But you know, obviously was not comfortable with it. So then I got an injection in my butt. Yeah, I also remember what it felt like. It's not a comfortable feeling. It was like a really painful butt expansion in one area. And it was so uncomfortable that, like, even though I was 8 years old at the time, I definitely remember what it feels like. I also remember exactly what the room looked like. Because I hated it so much. You know how the worst memories will stick with you? Yeah, this is one of those. But like, after they gave me the butt injection, my fever did go down. I don't know why they had to do it through my butt. And it was only in one butt. So I had one butt that just felt more painful and numb than the others. And I remember, like, you know, my fever went down and like I got better the next day. But I remember sitting down. I was so embarrassed whenever my mom was like, "Is your butt okay? Does it feel sore? Do you need a cushion to sit down on?" And I'm like, "Stop it, mom." Because I was 8 years old, right? I mean, I think at that age, you're kind of at least somewhat aware of how embarrassing it can be. Like, if you were maybe like 5 years old or so, like, the kid doesn't know any better. You do what you have to do for the kid. They have no say, right? But at 8 years old, I felt like I was socially aware that this was really weird, that I couldn't sit on my butt properly. Like, it was embarrassing. And then I also just had to face the tour guide for the rest of the trip. Like, you saw my butt. You saw my butt. You saw my butt. So, okay, you know what? After it though, they were so nice to me because they knew that I was having a tough time being sick, and they gave me lots of extra treats, and you know, they gave me freebies and stuff. So, because they liked me, they thought I was cute. The whole entire time, they thought I was younger than I actually was. Yeah. On your moment, yeah. Yeah, they were really nice to me. They were. They were. But yeah, that's how I got an injection in my butt in Korea. What a trip! First time in Korea, I go in an ambulance and get poked in the butt. I have really random stories like this, I think. I had a lot of really strange medical emergencies. Yeah. Really weird medical emergencies. Yeah, I've had some sad ones though, too. Especially with all the health shit that I had to go through. I think it was the same year actually. Where it was a couple weeks after returning from Korea, I think, where my eczema flared up again. I was still only about 7 or no, actually no, it was before Korea. Think about it. No. Okay. So I went to Japan. It was Hokkaido, and then we came back. 2 weeks later, my skin flared. So my parents, it was like a really, really bad flare too, where I think this was one of the starts of my monthly hospital visits or inpatient moments. So from the ages of 9 to 12, I was an inpatient in the hospital every week. So, I mean, once every month. Yeah, for a week. So, like, say January 1st to the 7th, I was in the hospital. And then for the rest of the month, I was out of it because I was drugged up on steroids. The steroids would run out of my system by the end of the month. Eczema would flare, get infected, back in the hospital at the start of February. And then the cycle just kept repeating and repeating for a long time. I would say from 9 to 12. Obviously, like, sometimes it would just get worse faster. Sometimes the steroids were strong enough to keep me, you know, functioning for a bit longer. But that's just kind of like an average estimate. So when I was 7, I think that this really was one of the first times I had to get admitted into the hospital. Yeah, my skin flared up really bad. Infected. I think it was Steven Johnson's syndrome alongside like another skin infection. Do not look up what Steven Johnson's syndrome is if you're very squeamish with skin reaction looking things. Do not look that up. Just fair warning. So yeah, alongside that syndrome, I had various skin infections all at the same time. So it was very bad, very bad for a 7-year-old to have. And I went to the hospital with my parents. And the skin on my hand was just so bad that they couldn't find a place to put in the IV. So the nurse was like, let's try with the left hand first, because she thought that I was right hand dominant. And I didn't know how to speak Cantonese at the time, so I couldn't tell her, like, can you use the other hand? So she started with my left hand. And because she couldn't see the veins very well, she just randomly, I think, or like tried to poke in the right spot, but she couldn't find it. So I got poked 5 times on my left hand in search of an IV point. And then because she couldn't find it, she was like, okay, let's try the other hand. And I felt so bad because, like, my mom, she is really squeamish with needles. But because I was only 7, I was like, Mommy, can you carry me while I get this needle poked into my arm? I mean, my hand. And I'm sure she hated it. Because I was crying throughout all of it. Like, any 7-year-old getting a needle in their body is scary, I think. So for me to have it done 5 times in my left hand and it's still not properly in, like, of course my mom was having a hard time. I was having a hard time. So then they were like, okay, since we cannot find it on the left hand, let's try the right hand. And I think 2 times into trying on my right hand, my mom was like, I cannot. So she handed me off to my dad. And then I think after they tried another 4 times on my right hand, they finally found it. So by the time they were done putting the IV in, like, my hands were just like bleeding. Because they kept poking, but they're not actually poking, and it's like, yeah. Twice painful. But can you imagine, like, a 7-year-old having to go through that? You know, it wouldn't be the first time of all times either. For the foreseeable future. But yeah, that's the kind of shit that I had to go through as a kid. I think in the end, I just got so desensitized. Like, yeah, of course it hurts like a bitch. But, I'm used to it now. I'm used to it. That's why when people are just like, oh, you look like the type to be afraid of needles and, like, squeamish about, like, you know, gory looking things, like when zombies get beheaded in movies and shit. I'm just like, no, not really. Like, you ever see, like, The Last of Us? I think that's what the series is called. Like, you see a lot of gory things with zombies being killed and lots of gross looking stuff, you know? Yeah, no, that doesn't really get to me. Something about fungi, right? Yeah, no, it doesn't faze me very much. I mean, yeah, I'll feel like, ooh, ow, and my body will, like, feel disgusted, but I can live with it. I like energy. No, if anything, I just kind of endured. Yeah, I think that's the better, lack of better word, just endured through it. I mean, for it to happen for so long, it was like most of my childhood, right? So, like, when you live with that kind of shit for so long, you kind of just get used to it. Really just get used to it. And, it made me strong. I hated that I had to go through it, but it made me strong. I wish I didn't have to go through it. I know my sister didn't. I just had the worst of it, though. Stop crying! No, I'm okay, I'm okay. That's all in the past now. But now you know why I'm so short. Yeah, now you know why I'm so short. Because I was drugged up on steroids during my growth spurt period. Most females will get their growth spurt between the ages of 9 and 12. That is exactly when I was put on steroids, and that fucked up my hormones. So I am tiny. And then by the time I stopped being on steroids, my growth spurt was pretty much over, and I only got the end of it. So I stopped growing when I was 14, I think. Yeah, when I came to Canada and I got over the steroid withdrawal symptoms, I think it's called TSW or something like that. I grew about 15 centimeters within a year, I think, which is quite a bit considering like how much I hadn't grown. I went from being 128 centimeters or so to like 130. No, I think I went to 142-ish. 142-ish, and then by the next year when I was 14, I was 148, and I think I just stopped. Yeah, I had faith that I would grow a couple millimeters until I reached like 16 or 18. I was like, come on, just a little more till 150, just a little more, and I never got there. I had so much faith. I was like, come on, the growth spurt can't be over yet. I learned this in health class. Come on, just a few centimeters. It didn't happen. Stretched me, yeah. Oh yeah. I think I grew at such a fast rate that my skin just couldn't keep up. So it felt like it was being stretched all the time, and like my flexibility went down a bit. Yeah, it was kind of weird. It was a really, really strange period of growth. But hey, it's fine. I'm just still surprised at myself that I learned how to do a bunch of shit as a kid. Yeah, I was a determined kid. I wonder where I got that from. Probably my mom. Yeah. Yo, my mom, she was talking about her medial collateral ligament... English is hard. She, yeah, her MCL tear. She kept going like, I read online, everyone said it hurts like a bitch. Like, 10 out of 10 pain. But I only feel a 2 out of 10 pain. Maybe it's not actually that bad. And I told her, the X-ray, mom. It says otherwise. It is bad. And she just refuses to, you know, admit that it's bad. Like, she knows it's bad. She knows that having the tear is bad because, you know, it requires surgery to fix. But she just refuses to admit that, you know, she needs that much help because it's like, but I'm fine, it doesn't hurt that much. People online said that it's supposed to hurt really bad. Stage 1 denial, yeah. Yeah, I think so. They said on the X-ray it showed it really clearly, but I think either way, she's gonna go see a specialist next week. I think I have to take her because she can't drive, so I have to go take her. Should I finish the soju? Should I finish it? Yeah, let's do it. Ah, it's spilled. You drink some more water? Okay. Don't mind me. What time is it? One. I can't see it. My eyes are really bad. It's 1:17. 1:17. Should I end the stream yet? Is it time? I don't want to call it yet. My day drinks are usually vitamin C water. Mine are usually hot chocolate. Or no, hot chocolate. I don't drink milk tea at night. Because if I do, I can't go to bed. Yeah. You know, I've noticed something though. Within, I guess, out of all the drinking streams I've done quite a few. I have to admit, I've done quite a few. I did like 3 with like Hifuni, Kurine, and Ari. I've done at least 2 of these drinking streams with like calling up friends and then just talking and stuff with everybody. So I've done like a good like 5, 6, 7 of these drinking streams. I am so proud of myself that we have never, ever, ever, ever reached the point where all filters are off. Like, because I have gotten to that point before, and I think I told you guys this story because I threw up 5 times that night. Well, actually 4 times in the night. The 5th time was the next morning. But we just have never gotten to that point. Because I think there was one time. That one time I threw up 4 or 5 times. I was so drunk. But I felt the need to tell you guys in the Discord, like, hey, I'm home, I'm safe, don't worry about me. Because you all knew that I was gonna go out and drink. Now, not only would I throw up that much because I was genuinely drunk and I was dizzy, but that also means that I don't have the mental capacity to keep up the Canadian accent filter. We have not gotten to that point where that filter is just... I can still keep it up. I'm good. Oh my god, Rez! You upgraded? Thank you! Oh my god, enjoy all of the Discord perks, I guess. Oh, and the unarchived karaoke streams, because those are funny too. Yeah. But I was just so determined to tell you guys that I was home, so I messaged in the Discord and I made so many typos. And you all were like, go to bed, Mie. Go to bed. Yeah. What a time. What a time. We're never doing that again. No. No. I have so many regrets of staying up that late. Like, it's just... It's a lot. So you unfiltered as you with a British accent? Pretty much. Pretty much. Like, my defenses are down when I'm in that state. Hello, May. Hello. Yeah, so what happens is I think when I'm in like my drunkest state, and it's really only happened once, is I start speaking slower. I start having like my what's the word? My vocab starts to change. I think my sentence structure starts to change just a little bit. My voice goes a bit lower. Just cause I guess it's in like a relaxed croaky state. It's not like lower, it's just croaky. Just croaky. But it's still me. Maybe I'm less cute. I don't know. I sound more dazed out, maybe. But yeah, the accent comes on, and if anyone asked me a question, I would just be like, oh yeah, I can tell you the answer to it, no problem. That's just how it is. But like, my point is, I am proud that I have so much self-control that I haven't reached that point. I am good. I am good. I am good. It's 1:22 though. I should drink. I should finish my water and stream. Cause if I drink any more, I finished pretty much. Hmm. You hear my cup? These are the Nahida and the hateful cups. Kappai. Yeah, I'll put it together on the side. Just put the stuff away later. Yeah. Yeah. I need to change the title of the stream. They don't have a soju emo? It's fine, I'll use the sake. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Let's see who I can raid. It's so late. There's no one to raid. Oh. That is unfortunate. Why is no one else streaming now? No. Who am I supposed to go to there? There's no one streaming. Why? Oh. Oh no. I guess we can just raid me again. I can raid myself, that's fine, right? You guys are okay with that? I can raid myself. Yeah, I'm gonna raid myself. Yeah. Hopefully it boosts the algorithm a little bit. That lots of people are watching and waiting for the stream to start. Tomorrow's my day off, so I'm not streaming tomorrow. I might just spend the day with my mom tomorrow. She's, you know, I wanna spend as much time with her as I can. Now that she's not working every single day, and she's mostly at home with me. So, I'm gonna steal her away. Yeah. I'm gonna spend some time with her tomorrow. Depends on when I wake up, really. I'm gonna sleep in, so maybe I'll wake up at, let's say 10:30 tomorrow, I think. It's a good time, right? 10:30? 10:30. 11? No, 10:30. 10:30 sounds like a better time. Yeah, not too early, not too late. 10:30. And tomorrow is, let me think. Yeah, I'm gonna help my mom buy some glasses tomorrow. I'm gonna drive her places. And oh my god, I hope I'm not hungover. No, I probably won't be. And then what will I do? I will, honestly, I think it's just record stuff day or work on offline stuff for the future, like projects and stuff day. Maybe I'll learn some new songs, like practice lyrics in the afternoon, just so I have songs to sing on Thursday for the karaoke. Oh, by the way, before I forget, all the Copium and Domino members will have access to the karaoke after it's over. So even though it does say unarchived karaoke, it will be members only in the end. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Maybe, are we? But yeah, that's my plan for tomorrow. Okay. I go now. Oh wait, Kiki's asking? 2 bottles of soju. Yeah, 2 bottles. Well, almost 2 bottles. I still have about... measure that. I have like... a third left? Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye. I'll see you guys tomorrow in Discord. If you're there. If not, I'll see you guys on Thursday. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Bye-bye. 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 Thank you for staying and keeping me company tonight. I appreciate you. Arigato. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. 飲みえないね。飲みえないね。